be important for that determination. And so if I could just have over lunch to look at it.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because like I said, I think that observations of the defendant may be something that I don't want to issue something. I just want to do some research on that.
And I think that's fair. I've had this issue come up before with probably a half a dozen times, and because of various different behaviors of defendants at various different times. And I've not had a question about it. I did have an attorney one time ask me to give an instruction that it is something that they can consider, and I denied doing that, and I was upheld on that. But it's something to think about. I don't think it's anything that we have to give an answer to right now. So, and where are we starting this morning, Mr. Allen?
We're just picking back up with Mr. Stauch and listening to those phone calls that we talked
Okay,
about yesterday.
so we're going to finish the phone calls before you call the other people that you
Yes.
had discussed yesterday. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Gratiano?
There are a number of stipulations that I'd like.
Go ahead.
Parties have stipulated to include admission of evidence sent from Florida via fax to El Paso.
Oh, all right. Okay.
As well as GPS data from a budget van rental that is stipulated by the parties, including AT&T record custodian for all relevant AT&T.
So it's not just some AT&T, it's all AT&T.
That stipulated all relevant AT&T phones.
Okay.
Particular numbers.
Okay.
Additionally, Verizon records, custodian of all relevant Verizon phones. Parties have stipulated to those numbers and the records that are associated with them.
All right.
As well as American Express financial records. Records. SAA. So the particular stipulations between the parties. I will also put on the record, Your Honor, that the people did file notice self-authenticating that.
Okay. And I assume that when we get to whatever exhibit numbers those have to deal with, it's going to be, we're still going to go through the same foundational elements for admission of those exhibits. And then it will just be that this part is, sounds like what you're really stipulating to is records custodian type issues. And so, but you still have to lay the foundation for that it is a business record or something like that. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Tellini, do you agree?
I do.
Okay. So we'll take these up, I guess, as they, looks like it's primarily going to relate to phones and phone messages. So we'll take these up as we get to the exhibits and deal with it then, I suppose. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yeah, Judge, thank you. You had asked us to give you heads up when we're going to get to some sensitive photos.
Yeah.
When we get to Detective Yoder and Macon Ponder, there will be some photos of the discovery of the suitcase in Florida, which will also include some photos of Gannon's remains, just so you're aware.
So that's Detective Yoder and what was the other one?
And then Macon Ponder.
Macon Ponder?
That's right.
Is that going to be today?
Those are the two people that we anticipate, depending on how long Mr. Stauch takes today, that we would get to at some
Oh,
point.
these are the two people from Florida.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, we're good. The lectern's on, but all the other ones are off. Right. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Excuse me. We're going to start the day the same way that we did yesterday, and that is with the same question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some recorded phone calls. I think that's where we're resuming today with that. Mr. Allen?
Judge, I assume that we should probably bring Mr. Stauch back up and then start the next call, and then he can step back down again, if that's okay with you.
They've all been admitted. It's up to you. If
you're fine with me just playing it, we can just jump into it.
If there are different voices that he has to identify, then maybe you need his testimony. If not, it's up to you.
Okay, well, let's just jump into it. So this will be, just for record purposes, People's Exhibit number 36, which is another recorded phone call from February 15th, 2020 at 10:58 a.m.
All right, thank you. Go for it.
Hello. Hey. Hey. What's wrong?
Tired of crying.
Hmm?
I'm tired of crying.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where's Lena?
Lena's at school right now. So. Why? What's up?
I can't ask you where our kids are at.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Where's Harley at?
She had to go to the doctor last night because I have a bad chest pain. And the recruiter, she was underweight.
What hospital did she go to?
Because someone could be listening and know where we're at.
Tisha.
No, I don't know. You talk crap about me. You treated me wrong.
Where did I talk crap about you? I haven't said nothing to nobody.
Charleston, your school, or posting all this stuff, messages you sent me about how horrible of a person I was.
When did these messages come from? Years ago, maybe? I mean,
don't know when.
But you know what?
Post it to everybody.
But what have I always said about social media? I don't give a crap what people say. People are just looking for a headline, okay? We've
I'm tired of doing this, Albert. You should have talked to me about all the other stuff. I'm not.
oh what other stuff, Tisha?
I've asked you for help. I said, hey, me and Harley needed something. I've asked you for help. You turned me down. You know good and well. Anytime you've ever needed help, I've been there for you.
Tisha, let's walk back through this now. Just to be straight up, okay? You took over $2,000 out of the bank account at the beginning of the month, and I didn't say a word to you about it, okay? All right, that's like 1/3 of what I get every month. So you got 1/3 of my monthly income. All right, so that being said, I've also offered help and safety and teamwork the whole time, and you guys decided to, step out on your own. And I haven't bothered you, but I've never looked back in there. I've never told you no for anything. And I've been.
Okay, well, first of all, I didn't pay $2,000. It was $1,500 because I had to have a place to stay. When I kept begging you and asking you that people should not have been in the home.
Okay, well, hold on.
It should have been nobody but your family.
You're right.
My family in your home.
Okay, I understand your opinion. So I want to clarify because you took however much. I'm not going to fight over the dollar amount. You took over $1,500 in that one lump sum, not to mention the other ones, but that one lump sum you did take $1,500 and some dollars, and you can't get. But you've told me from like almost the first minute you don't have a place to stay. So do you or don't you?
It was it cost $125 a night for a hotel, and then I had to pay a pet fee. Add that up how many nights I get. Plus we had to have food. We didn't have a way around, we had to Uber. Add that up.
Were you Ubering yesterday when we were talking? Because I heard you get in and out of a car. I'm just trying to piece all this together, Tisha. I don't know what's going on. I've heard so many stories here. I'm just trying to, as I've always said, I'm just trying to find the truth, and I keep getting a different version of it.
There's this old guy that stays at the hotel. He has an old white car, and he let me drive it to the store. You know how bad it is for me to ask somebody to drive their car to the store?
And in this effort to help you that I've been trying to do, you won't tell me where you're staying.
Because you're not on my side.
But you're not.
You're on my side if you're talking crap about me. You're not on my side if I call you and I try to talk to you, and you can't talk to me for being around other people. That's not my side.
But you got to understand what I'm going through. I don't know what the hell's going on minute to minute. I don't know who's on whose side. All I'm focused on is Gannon. And I don't want obviously people, you see it on the social media, people are not happy with you. I don't know why. I don't know what reason they have or don't have. But I can't sit here and be talking to you, my wife, in front of all these other people and then, go through all the cussing and yelling and screaming and the drama. So I'm trying to respect you as well. And I need that in return. I need you to respect me too. And that, but no.
I haven't talked crap about you.
Okay, I've heard that you have not really said anything about me per se directly. Okay, but you did release some of those documents, or however they got out there. They're out there. Okay, but what I need you to do, you talk about respect. That's one of the most important things to me in my life is you respecting me, and you can respect me with the truth. And that's the bottom line. We have options to work through all this other stuff, all this other drama that's going on, but the truth is really at the options don't come into play until I get the truth, okay? That's absolutely, and I know you're not going to like this, but that's a line in the sand that I'm not crossing. Okay.
You already kicked me off my own car insurance and wouldn't even tell me.
That's not true.
My car, you kicked
That's not
me off of there.
That's not true, Tisha. You got an email. You got email notification the same minute I did, so you got notified Absolutely.
Why did you not talk to me about this?
Well, on February 8th, I didn't get any kind of confirmation that two of my vehicles were deleted, and there's no one else that has access but you. Okay, so you tell me what the truth is.
No, they were all getting put in storage. So if it was done wrong, then that wasn't on purpose.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not the insurance is not a point of argument to me. You have every right to call them back and put your just like I did.
No,
No.
I tried. You
No.
know, they said to me, you have me listed as extra, so I had to be on a separate policy.
Well, exactly. Okay, because that's where we're at right now. That's the line in the sand. Okay, the line in the sand is we have a gap between us right now. Okay, absolutely. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it because I don't sugarcoat it with you. Okay, we have a gap between us. You can put a label on it however you want to, but that gap doesn't. There's no closing that gap. There's no initiating options or anything until we get to the truth. And I really feel deep down in my heart that we can work on this together. We do have options, but I think your list you sent to me is a great starting place. I think that is excellent that you're willing to at least talk about what options we have.
Did you talk to an attorney?
Huh?
Did you talk to an attorney and file for divorce?
I have not filed anything yet. And the fact that
Talk to an attorney.
I'll tell you the answer to that, okay? But the fact that you are reaching out to me like that, the way you did, say, like, did you go to this attorney and file this? That means you don't trust me. You don't have respect for me, and you got somebody watching me. Tell me the truth.
Well, I did, and someone told me.
Who told you?
Do you not think it's all online in the social media that you told someone that and someone posted it?
Who posted it? Because I haven't told anybody anything about that.
Well, someone knows because it's online, just like it's online about some girl talking junk about her best friend, and she's best friends with your sister, and that's what she said. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but once again,
Out there.
well, yeah, you're right. I fully agree with you. Once again, that's why I've told you forever that I don't get into that crap because it's just you're getting torn every direction by people's stupidity. Okay. So, anyways, let's not worry about that. About how you know what you know. Okay.
Go ahead. The basic thing is, I reached out to that lady. She doesn't write me back. This is how I've been treated. I've been treated like a criminal when I told them exactly that Gannon left with someone.
Which lady? What lady are you talking about? The Amber lady?
No, Bethel, because she's the lead investigator.
That's the blonde lady from Starbucks.
Chick.
The blonde lady from Starbucks.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The lead investigator.
Okay. All right. I got you. Well, I mean,
In contact with her.
not since that first day. I'd be that first day when I told you I met with Mark for like, I don't know, 6-7 hours, and then she jumped in for like 20-30 minutes, or whatever that night, the day I got there, that Tuesday. Since then, and since we met her and then she asked me a few questions, I really haven't had any interaction with her. So I've been dealing only with Mark. He's been my.
Why did you leave that day and not talk to me and go on my call?
Leave what day?
When you first talked to them that night and you were going to pick up people from the airport, why did you leave and not talk to me?
I'll give you the straight up honest truth right now, because at that point in the situation, and we're at the same point now, unfortunately, 3 weeks later, at that point, I was not getting the whole truth. Okay. And I'm not going to argue with you about that because that's absolutely spot on. Okay.
From me, you leave from me, everything's fine, and you just happen to get there, and then you feel like you're not getting the truth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because there were some things that I was looking into on my own, which I've basically been doing for 3 weeks now, trying to sort through this on my own, that weren't making sense and weren't adding up. Okay. And just like where we're at now, yesterday, thank you for talking so long and walking me through your timeline. But even yesterday when we were talking, a lot of it wasn't adding up, and it still isn't. Like, there's 3 or 4 different versions of the Mexican guy now. He's Uncle Matt. First he was Mexican or whatever. I don't want to argue.
I said he asked me, did he know Uncle Matt?
Yeah.
Said he was an Uncle Matt.
Fine, and I'm not arguing about that. I'm just telling you these are red flags. You know how I am. When I see red flags, you got to convince me that the truth is what it is. Okay, so I'm sitting here last night on my bed freaking out because I don't know. I feel like some of that was the truth, but then some of it still was, a different version of the same story again. So what I really want to get to.
Me that I killed Gannon. That hurt.
It hurt me to ask it because you're my wife, and first thing I started with today was Happy Valentine's Day. That should tell you how I feel about you, okay? But
I need you to be here with me, support it.
I am. I'm right. I'm right here. I'm right here.
I'm begging you. If they give me immunity, I will help.
Okay, but so here.
But I can't get in trouble for it.
Okay, well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to I'm not. You have the legal background. Okay, I don't have that knowledge. All I have is my recruiting time and the other stuff I've done. So you need to help me understand what you're trying to get. I don't understand what that means.
Immunity, okay? Do you know what immunity is?
Other than what I've seen on TV shows, I don't know. I need you to help me. That's what I'm trying to. Help me to get you to that point. Hello?
Immunity is they're going to grant, I'm a judge, that I would not be charged anything in this. Because I didn't have anything to do with it. In return, that I will testify, and I will give them the information of who has given, and I will testify against them.
Okay. So you're saying, so I'm going to walk back through this so I understand clearly what you're saying. So there's no ambiguity or unknowns here. So you're saying you somehow know where Gannon is or who has him or how he got him or something like that?
Ho. See, that's why you're not going to put words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand, Tisha. Explain to me, okay? Walk me through it so I understand what you're saying. No, why would I record you? This is me and you. Why would I say Happy Valentine's Day on a recording? That's something personal between us.
It's just you and me on this phone call and in your room.
Absolutely. Okay.
Immunity is where I'm telling you, I told you the truth about Mr. Gannon. There's more details about how that went on. There's more details that I can't discuss that would incriminate myself because they're going to say, why did you say this? But he has all our information. He was threatening to go to work and get massaged and have these people go there. If I said anything in the meeting with the cops, I was late to the meeting. But I need immunity.
So
I get him.
So why? What I don't understand is why, babe. Is this not something you would tell me from the get go? I just.
Everything. They were gonna kill my daughter. They were gonna kill me. They knew where you were at. Everybody. They would do everything.
Yeah, but Tisha, look at what you just said. But Tisha,
What?
I'm trying to understand.
Only thing is surprising you. I need immunity, please.
If you were. No, why would I record you? What I'm trying to figure out is why your first thought, your first thought is what they may do to you and Harley, but something was already done to Gannon and we're not worried about that. That should be the priority.
They do to me and Harley. It was also Lena. She was there too.
So the guy was there, was threatening you in the moment?
The guy was there when the police was there.
The guy was still there when the police searched the home?
Yes!
Where was he at? Where was he at when they searched our house?
Can't tell anything until I get immunity.
Well, babe, I can't promise you immunity. I can't give that to you. But I mean,
You can ask.
yes, I can reach out to Mark and let him know that's what you're looking for and that you're willing to work with somebody. And you can also tell, what's her name again? Bethel. You can tell Bethel. Just saying.
Sir, she won't write that.
Okay, but you got you.
They're gonna treat me like a criminal. No, I'm not a criminal. I don't kill people.
Okay, I never said you did. You're tired of what?
I get that. I had got it yesterday from him. Yesterday I got a message.
Well, did you send that to anybody?
What?
Where's the message? Can you send me the message so I can see it? Just if you email it to me or email it or text it to me so I can see it.
I need immunity. They're gonna try to incriminate me.
Tisha, Tisha, who is this? Who is the person? Do I know this guy?
Do you understand?
Is he there? Is he there with you? What?
Listen to me. He thought there was gonna be a big reward now. I'll get back and get a big reward. I can't.
So I heard there's a reward coming out. That somebody said that the neighborhood's trying to do a reward.
You and Mike.
So but what happened with the bike situation? I don't think we ever.
You don't get immunity.
Okay, well, I told you I cannot promise that. Okay, that's not something I can promise you. I can promise you help or, whatever, but I can't promise immunity. That's something that the investigators got to reach back out to you.
They're on your side, and this is where you can go to them, and you can say, I know, my wife wants to know, she is breaking out, and she is telling the truth.
Yes, I can advocate for you. I can give an opinion, but but listen, what I don't understand is you're treating me like the prosecutor here. Okay, you're treating me like I'm in court or the law, not like I'm our son's father. Okay, but
You get out there and you actually do it. I genuinely don't know. I can't even go anywhere because they think I'm going to tell. They're release the reward. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to stop around me. They're not going to stop doing anything. It's over.
I do too. But these.
I promise. Please, what can I do? Please, what can I do?
Here's what I need you to do for me. Okay, I understand and I respect that you don't feel safe telling me certain things. Okay, I'm not going to press you on certain things, but I need to know something about my son. I need to know something about Gannon. Do you know if he's safe? Do you know? I mean, I asked you some questions yesterday, and I had to ask those questions because that's been on my mind since day one. But is he safe? Where is he at? Do you have anything?
And if I kill Gannon, really?
Yes, I had to ask that because there was. Well, I would never not tell you the truth over and over and over again. So.
It's dangerous. Come on. Your life, everybody else's life. You're terrified. You don't know what to do. You're scared of yourself. You don't know how you would act.
Tisha.
Because people are going to say, why did you do this? Why did you do that?
Listen. What about the?
Incriminate me on it.
What about this? I'm trying to think of any way to cue the police to offer you immunity if they can. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to get them alerted to you might have some information. What if you told me just one key thing and I just called in on the tip line or something? No, but no, because it'll be anonymous. But they won't ever know because I'll do it. I'll be just some man calling in an anonymous tip. And I mean, the key here is to get Gannon in the investigation and then protect you if they're able. But why won't they? Who is they? Why won't they budge? What is it about the money that's the key?
Just they keep asking. I got messages. We're gonna be on board. You better not say anything. I know you got some everything on my mom. I
Tisha, listen. Despite how this is gone, you know for a fact you could always trust me, okay? I know you may be worried about your name getting out there from this information. I don't want anything to do with the media. I don't want anything to do with Facebook or social media or anything, okay? You know, because I've absolutely been off of that. That's why I'm saying I can give the anonymous tip if you just tell me something that'll help in the investigation, okay? That's the no.
The police came.
Okay.
The police came. He was in the house.
Where was he at in the house?
I didn't know at the time. I thought they were going to find him because the guy was like, "Can we please search the house?" And I said, "Sure."
Okay.
Terrified, which is why I sent Lena and Harley to Dollar Store and all these places because I thought Gannon was hiding too. I thought he was hiding too.
Okay, so you thought so the guy was in the house and you thought Gannon was hiding, so he hadn't taken Gannon yet at that point?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, that's huge. That's huge because now we can look at different camera time frames and all that, and we can look at different angles. Okay, that's huge that he was still in the house, and so that would have been police got there at what like
that. I'm not making this up.
I'm not. No, I know. I'm trying to sort through this again. I'm trying to get you to this point to where you know.
Anymore because they'll try to incriminate me for this. I need immunity.
I think they give it to you because this is big that he was there and they missed it. Because then they're gonna want to cover their shit for not finding him. I can't hear you. What?
I even put it in the car. I put it in my room store stuff. I tried.
You did what? You did what? Oh, you said you said what? What did you do?
I tried to point to the cops and hey, check this area. Hey, check this area. I was even trying to show them any other extra areas that I saw. I said I didn't know if Gannon was with him or I didn't know if Gannon was still fighting. I didn't know at that point.
Okay, but then you figured out. How'd you figure out he wasn't by himself?
I'm not selling anything else before I get immunity.
Well, I'm trying to put all this together. You said you pointed them in the direction, but where in the storage room were you?
Directions. I said I was just giving all the big areas of the house.
I got you. So you told them storage room?
I walked to the storage room when the guy was in there. I was trying to tell him, hey, check behind boxes and all this stuff.
Okay, so
Damn. I didn't want to make a mistake. You know, yeah, they were having to put the cops right here.
okay, so what happened next? So the cops searched and missed it, or what? Tell me what. I'm trying to figure out what happened now. What you're telling me, okay? What happened after they didn't find him?
I'm not saying anything else. I was just trying to plot this whole thing.
No, I'm trying to get some key breaking information that I can give an anonymous tip, like I told you. Okay, that's what I want to do. That's how.
Never mind. You're not trying to help.
I am trying.
He's not trying to help. No, he's not. He's not trying to help.
I am. So what you said was Gannon, you thought Gannon was hiding. Is that right?
I didn't know if he was hiding with it. The guy had him, or if he was hiding by himself. That's why I was scared to keep. If I would have left him a note, be like, please check out. He's fine. I didn't know if they had went out the back door. I didn't know where he was at the time. I know he was there. I thought he was gone. And after I waited for 4 hours, kept walking, checking myself, I realized I couldn't go back and get to the car because the car was in there. I hate myself. And I couldn't get your big gun to work.
So and let me back up. So when you let the cops in the door, wherever you last saw Gannon, you left him somewhere, or you thought he was safe?
Yeah.
Like you thought he was safe hiding, or you thought he was with the other person, or what?
I woke up, Albert, and I hit my head. I didn't know what it was. I already told you this story. I waited. I was like, I thought he was hiding somewhere, and I was scared to come out. But maybe when the police got there, he would come out. Maybe when I called for him, I thought maybe he would come out and get the police.
Do you think he might have crawled in one of the totes or something, or maybe the box? 'Cause
After the police left, he was still in
the guy or Gannon?
the guy was at first, and I said, I thought he was back to him and told him to shut the door and don't come out.
What did they already come back?
I was just trying to get yourself to work. I couldn't find the shotgun.
But so you said my gun? You're trying to get my gun to work? Tisha, calm down for a second. You said try to get my gun to work. I thought the guy had my gun. Oh, that one. Okay. So you put Harley and Lena in our room? Tisha, is that what you said? You put. So you already had the assault rifle out of the closet at this point, and you.
I just couldn't get it to work.
Okay, I know you always had trouble getting that thing to pull it back and get it loaded and all that, so that makes sense. So,
I'm not going to be bothered.
you're not going what? How is this, what is key about this that I can call an anonymous tip that helps me find Gannon?
You can call in and get the immunity. I can give you the guys the ID. I can ID him in a lineup. I can give you his name.
Tisha, you know I can't promise you anything. I'm not the police or the judge. I can't promise you immunity. I can put you in contact with them, and I've done that.
Please call me back, please. Please call me back.
I will. I'll get as soon as we get done talking in a little while. I'll get on the phone with Mark and tell him to tell that lady to call you back and quit stalling or whatever she's doing. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Mark will get on it. He's always been.
Guys, you can call me the government. I will ID him. I will shame him. He lied about his name. I got a piece of paper. And I saw the ID people were trying to get the bike.
Right. Tisha, listen, I there's something that I can, that you can give me that can help fix this right now, okay? I don't know if you're willing to, I hope you are, but if you give me the name of the person, if I know this person, that I can fix it right now, Okay, I guarantee you, I can. Yeah, I'm not gonna I can't. Well, who is it so I can tell them who to be looking for to protect you? I can promise you that. Tisha, I can't promise you that. I know they will work with you, okay? I know they will. I need the person's name so I can get Mark and tell them to go find this person.
I hear people in the background.
There's nobody here. I just need to know this person's name because if it's Travis or somebody related to Chance or somebody, is it Travis? Because I know you said he was abusive.
They're gonna try to incriminate me.
No, they're not. I don't know. I can't promise you anything. Listen, I will fight for you and fight with you if you're not involved in this and you give me this name. Is it Travis?
Please.
Listen, I'm gonna text Mark right now so you can hear me text Mark, okay? Because you can hear the little keystrokes. I'm gonna tell him as we're talking so we can get this ball rolling. To
Who is listening to me? I hear
nobody. That's me texting Mark right now to tell him to get Bethel to call you.
I hear somebody hollering.
Nobody's crying and hollering. Just like the other day when you said that, nobody's here. I'm standing here trying to figure this out and get a name.
Where is everybody else at?
What, like Uncle Jeff? He's getting on a plane and Landon and Aunt Veronica, they hit the road back to Dallas, and I think they're going to take Landon for the weekend because it's a 4-day weekend. So I'm here by myself, like I told you. They're getting Lena after lunch because she had a little lunch program going on. Okay, but that only matters if we can get this ball rolling. You could tell me this name, and then you can reach out to the police for immunity or help or whatever they can offer you. Okay.
Telling anything so I get immunity. They're not tricking me. They
That's-
took everything I have. These people know where I'm at. They're in a gang. I will not.
What kind of gang are they in?
I don't know.
Oh, Tisha. Well, what happened that ruined that? I know that's another part I don't understand.
This baby really has a
Is what?
This baby really has a body.
Tisha, so this guy, I know you're trying not to tell me his name, but after the police left, remind me, I don't remember. I know Harley and Lena went out to look. Did you go look for Gannon? You knew the guy was in there, or you didn't, or what did you do after the police left? Tisha, did this guy kill Gannon? Did he kill him in the house, or did he kill him or hurt him? What happened? It's my son, and I need to know this. No, Tisha, not you. I'm not you. I trust you. I asked you that yesterday, and I trust what you're saying. I asked you, did this guy hurt Gannon, or did he kill Gannon in the house, or do you know if he killed Gannon or not?
Unity.
Tisha, I've explained to you, I can't give you immunity. I'm your husband. I'm not the police or the judge.
I'll be back when you can figure out how they can grant me immunity because this ain't gonna stop. It's gonna keep going, and he's crazy.
Tisha, there's only one way for this to stop, and that's for me to get the information to them, okay, through an anonymous tip, like I said. But I don't have any information to give them. Did this?
Because I'm trying to tell you. Hey, this person.
Yeah, and Tisha, I'm trying to fight for you here, okay? I made it clear I don't have the power to give you immunity. I have the power to help you.
Wait, call me back whenever, whenever you can.
Tisha, they're not gonna listen to me, okay? They're absolutely gonna call me foolish. I am trying to help you. I am trying to help you. They're gonna look at me like a fool. Tisha. I can't hear you.
You're not helping me, Albert.
I'm trying to.
Someone killed somebody. I don't know if anyone killed anyone.
What then what do you know? What's the guy's name? I gotta know the guy's name, Tisha. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to help you, but you're not freaking letting me help you, okay? All right, shut up. Well,
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, so we would just want to have Mr. Stout come back on the stand and ask him some follow-up questions, Judge.
Okay, all right. Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Stout. How are you doing today?
Morning.
So at the very beginning of that call, you told the defendant Happy Valentine's Day. Did this call actually occur on Valentine's Day?
I believe so. If I would have said that, I don't know the date you quoted when we started, but
Okay. The date of the call was February 14th
Okay.
of 2020.
so absolutely then.
There's a question in that beginning portion where the defendant was asking you questions about where you were and where Lena was, and then you responded with, "Where's Harley?" Similar to the phone call that we talked about yesterday, at this time of this call, did you know where the defendant was anywhere?
I did not, nor did I know where Harley was.
When the defendant started making statements about the guy was in the house when the police came, in your mind, was she referencing when the police first responded to your house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
That's what I assumed she was referring to, yes.
Did you have any independent knowledge of them finding a man in the house when they responded on that day?
I did not, no, sir.
You, in that phone call, you also pressed multiple times for getting names or trying to figure out a way to identify a guy that she's talking about at the beginning. Did she ever give you a name or any identifying features of this person?
Not in that phone call. No, sir.
And then later on in the phone call, it changes into there's a gang that's involved. Did she give you any idea of who this gang might be?
I don't remember ever getting that information, no, sir.
Ever?
I don't believe so.
In a big chunk of that phone call, obviously no way to know because you're not in the same room with the defendant, but did it sound like the defendant was crying to you?
Based on previous experience with her, there was times when I assumed yes, she was crying, and there was times where I assumed it was fake crying as well. Or fake emotions in that phone call, yes.
In that phone call?
In that specific one, yes.
So in your mind, you were thinking that some was potentially real and some was potentially fake?
Yes, sir.
In your mind, did you think that she was trying to manipulate you in the course of the investigation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
One of the questions that you asked the defendant very specifically was whether she knows Gannon is safe. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer from her on that question?
No, sir.
You mentioned in the phone call too about you're going to give information to the detectives so they'll quit stalling. Similar to the phone call yesterday, were you actually with law enforcement when this call occurred
I was.
and they were listening?
Yes, sir.
Was you saying, hoping that they would quit stalling, I guess, was that a tactic to keep her talking?
Absolutely.
Two names that you gave in that phone call were Travis and Chance. Who are those people just in general?
Travis would have been an ex-boyfriend of the defendant, and Chance would have been an ex-husband of the defendant, also Harley's father.
Did you ever have any indication that either one of those two names were involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir. Chance was deceased by that point, and no indication of Travis either at all.
Okay. In relation to that, that gang reference, was there ever a gang that was after you and your family?
Not to my knowledge.
And then similar questions to what I asked you yesterday, the sound of the defendant's voice in that phone call, was that consistent with her personality as you knew it?
Absolutely.
In this particular phone call, did she ever change personalities to a different personality?
I was talking to the defendant the entire time.
And so never changed voice inflections or
No,
anything
sir.
like that? Okay, thank you. So Judge, at this time, we would want to move into playing People's Exhibit 37, which is another recorded phone call on February 14, 2020 at 12:08 PM. This one's roughly 8.5 minutes long.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Hello?
I said it's the signal.
Okay, well, what? Because you hung up on me and I'm not really feeling this right now, so what? What do you got for me?
I can't help it. Goes in and out.
Fine, whatever.
You were being all nice, caring, listening, everything. Then all of a sudden you started being hateful.
Yeah, because you got information I need for my son that everybody needs to get this boy back. Okay?
You were just okay. So now you're saying I got information, but then just a minute ago you told me I made it up and it was a figment of my imagination.
Okay, so it's on you to pick which one it is. It's not on me to sort through it. It's on you to tell me the truth or keep feeding me bullshit.
Beginning. Listen to me.
Yes. No. Let's start over. Let's get a new beginning here. Okay? Let's start over. Because if you keep going back this same path we've been on, I'm just going to keep getting more pissed off and more hurt and more worried about my son because you've told me 17 different stories now. Start over and tell me who the fuck has my boy. Okay? Tell me a name. That's the beginning. I don't care about Saturday. I don't care about Sunday. I don't care about the fucking truck on Monday. I don't care. Who has Gannon? That's what I care about. Who?
Then I want immunity.
What the fuck does that have to do with who has Gannon? I can't give you immunity. You call the police. You do what you got to do to get yourself protected from whatever you're worried about. I mean, it keeps... Anyways, I'm not dealing with that. Okay, the beginning is who has Gannon?
Did you even call the guy to ask him about immunity to talk to me, did you?
No, because I figured you'd call me back. I thought you was hanging up on me, call me back. What is he? What can I... I'm not your lawyer. Okay?
But you're my husband.
Right, and I'm telling you right now, you want immunity. You want this fucking immunity because there's no dude. It's all a fucking lie, Tisha. Prove me otherwise. Just like I told you with the rape, I'll get on my knees and beg for forgiveness if it's true. If it really happened. If there is this fucking guy out there, I'll on the media, I'll go out to the world and say I was wrong, my wife was right this whole time. But there's no fucking dude, Tisha. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Yeah, prove me wrong. Was this an accident? Did something happen? Did you accidentally hurt him? Did you give him too much medicine? What happened?
So what do you think happened then? Since you think everything I have to say is wrong, since I offered help, then what do you think happened?
Well, I'm gonna tell you first of all, like I told you already, I was not home. And that's what the problem number one. Okay? Something bad happened and I wasn't there to take care of it. All right? So for the rest of my life, no matter what happens, I'm going to blame myself for this because I wasn't there, because I was trying to progress in my career, be successful, and all these things. Okay. I just wasn't there. That's number one. That's the first thing that happened. Number two, I mean, you told me a lot of things that happened in like a 12, 13, 24-hour period. You talk about blood, you talk about Gannon's foot, you talk about the burns. All this happened in a short time, and they were all accidents. Nobody's to blame. Okay? Nobody. And you just panicked. Okay, that's what I think. I think all this stuff had, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a big accident. Gannon took too much medicine, or Gannon hit his head, or Gannon's nose was bleeding, or I don't know. Okay, I'm sitting here trying to make all these theories up, but all these things are running through my head. He hit his head on the ground, he hit his head on the wall, you picked his fingers too much and he was bleeding. Whatever the truth is, Gannon did something and it was an accident. And then I just feel like because I wasn't there to keep it all together, you panicked. And then I don't even have a theory on the rest of it. Okay? That's what I think. I think there's absolutely no guy there. And I understand why that would be on your mind. I understand that. Okay? I'm not discounting that. I'm not making you feel bad if that's something you're trying to get through this and you made that up. Okay? You've told nobody that but me. Okay? So if that's not okay, screw the police right now. This is me and you. Screw the freaking police. They're not listening anyways. You know that. They're looking all these places, and you know they're not shouldn't be looking there. Okay, so they're not listening to you. I'm listening to you. I just need to know what happened. I gave you my theory up until the one point where you panicked. Okay, whether it was too much blood, Gannon hurt himself, and you didn't know how to handle it, and you didn't want to call me because you were scared I might be upset at you, and I understand that. I understand that you've got this. You want to do so good for the kids and provide for them and food and clothes, and you do a great job at all that stuff. Okay, you do a great job at all that stuff, and I tell you that all the time. And you really want me to feel like you're better than Landon. And I tell you all the time that you are. Okay? I feel like all that factors into this, that something bad happened accidentally. Nobody's fault. Accidents happen. And that's what we would have told Gannon, the candle or whatever it was. Accidents happen. We could get new carpet. We can't get new children though. Okay? I tell you that all the time. We can't replace our children. We can replace clothes and carpet and couches. Who gives a fuck about that stuff? And you know I've told you that. We smash the TV. Who cares about the TV? Okay? An accident happened here of some sort. You panicked and freaked out, and then I just need the rest of the story. I just need to know where Gannon is, okay? I just need to know what has happened with Gannon. Is he safe? Is he hurt? Is he alive? Is he somewhere? Okay? I don't want to hear no more about this dude unless you give me a name, okay? So I don't believe it until you give me concrete information. My theory is this. That accident happened. You panicked. Now tell me the rest.
I was there, Albert. I'll give you his name. I swear to you.
Give me his
When I
name.
tell you this part, this is why I want immunity.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay? The whole thing happened. The cops were there. Yada, yada, yada. All that was true. You keep saying I said all these stories is not what happened. I really was truly thought that Gannon was going out every day. I had been talking to somebody because he was asking me weird questions or whatever. This dude trying to get your bike, he followed me. So I get the Petco. That's why I was looking in and out the door of the Petco.
Oh, so you weren't. So it wasn't about Gannon getting out. And I'm not talking junk. Okay.
You jump in there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand.
He didn't get out because if someone was following me, I didn't want him to know someone was in the car.
Okay.
But yes, that's why.
Okay.
All I was trying to do was go get you a bike. Then I leave because I was going to go to this place to be looking at free to get a bike, and I realized that this dude was following us again. So I tried to make some turns around Palmer Lake area, in and out of that area up there, which is where they're searching because I'm sure they got my GPS, searching for nothing. And then, when I had to come up the little hump, there's this dude. Well, this dude is in your truck with us.
And just so that I'm clear, Mr. Allen, that was Exhibit 37, right?
37. That's right.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Mr. Stauch, can you come back?
Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stauch, in that call, you said to the defendant, you want immunity because it's a lie, there's no dude. And then you said, prove me wrong. Did she ever prove you wrong?
No, sir.
You made mention of Gannon did something, an accident, and you panicked. What were you trying to do by saying those things to the defendant?
Trying to, in a way, take the initial blame off of her that and confirm her story about an accident with the candle or whatever she had claimed from the night before or whatever, and give her a freedom to talk about what happened next in her mind.
Basically give her an out so that you could try to maybe get more information?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Towards the end of that phone call, the defendant made, again, mentions of some anonymous dude in the language that she used. Did she ever give you a name of who this dude was that she was referring to?
Not in this phone call, no, sir.
All right. Was that phone call consistent with her personality?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
During that phone call, did she ever change personalities or talk with any other odd voice inflections?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, we're going to move on to People's 38, which is a call on February 14th at 12:17 p.m.
All right. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, this call is about a little over 21 minutes.
All right.
Hello?
What happened?
I was talking away.
Okay.
Did you guys hear?
Something about you were at Petco and then you got in the truck and the guy was there or something?
No. I asked them to go get the footage from outside of Petco.
Okay.
Not just the footage inside Petco. That's the footage we need outside of Petco. Because the guy had followed us to Petco, and as I was pulling off to go to the Palmer Lake area, I was going to go look at the bike, somebody was laying down in the road, acting like they were, I don't know, going to kill themselves or some crap. When I turned around and came back the other way, and this dude gets in the truck with us. I didn't have anything, knives, anything to fight anybody off or anything. I had to go like a normal time. Anna was crying in the back seat till he threw up. He threw up because he was so scared. He followed us all. He came with us all the way back to the house. Where's the footage showing people getting out of the car? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, who got out of the car?
I mean, I saw you and then I saw the shadow that somebody was talking about.
Other side.
The only footage I seen is the one that you said the guy got paid for. That's the only one I saw.
Okay, so we get there. He's still in your car at this time. We all get out. The guy was with us the whole time.
Okay.
The whole entire time. I asked him, what did he want? He could take everything he wants. He could rob us. He could do whatever he fucking wanted. Have it all. There was a struggle. There was everything back and forth. Anna was asking, did I know his Uncle Matt? Because he was saying, whoever Uncle Matt was, you don't like Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt came in at. Well, she had something to do with it. Because I was freaking out how he would know someone by this name. I told you this.
Okay.
The guy was there when the police came. I didn't know where Gannon was at. I didn't know if he was hid. I didn't know anything. I just thought I was terrified to say anything because he had the gun. And I was scared. What if he Gannon while I run up there and try to go get help? What if I leave to go get help and he's in here? There was nothing I could do to switch anything. My hands were tied that night. The girls were in the bedroom. My hands were tied to the little board that's on the back. My hands are tied there. Tied completely. Remember those same headphones I had on? I told you I was listening to music? Yeah, I had to do that, and that little bandana that was down there, that's where that came from. I couldn't scream, couldn't get help. Harley and Lena were asleep. It was just terrifying. All I could hear was Gannon screaming. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know anything.
Okay, Tisha, can I ask you a question? Please?
What?
Why would you need immunity for that when the guy he's the perpetrator, not you? Why would you need immunity for this?
Because I didn't tell him.
Because you did, okay. Okay, I mean,
I don't know how bad he hurt Gannon. I don't know. There's no accident where I hurt him. There's nothing like that. Immunity because people keep saying that. No, because he was in Gannon's room. I just kept crying. I just find his dude off. He is Mexican. He was mixed with black. Dark. 5'7". I gave him the facial features that was on him. His name.
okay, hold on. All right, so let me just bear with me here while I sort through this. Okay, so you're at Petco, you pull out, and you're at the stoplight. Dude's laying in the middle of the road, or you're in the parking lot?
We drove up to look at the night towards Palmer Lake.
Oh, so the guy was at Palmer Lake laying in the middle of the road.
He followed us. I made a turn. I thought the turn was going to take me back to 25. Instead, it wraps you back around in a circle to come back the same direction up these hills.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, let's stop for a second because, all right, listen, I'm going to be straight up again because I'm getting frustrated again because this is even more bullshit than the original 17 stories, okay? I mean, no guy fucking jumps in your truck. The car is locked when you're driving unless you stop and open the doors. Anyway, I'm not going to pick it apart. It's bullshit, okay? Yes.
God.
Tisha. No, it's not why. I want you to tell me why you panicked. Why did you panic when the accident happened? When Gannon did whatever he did, I mean, he made a mistake. Whatever happened, why did you panic?
Panic when?
After Gannon was hurt, after he hurt himself, after he had an accident, after he banged his head or something, why did you panic?
What are you talking about?
So, wait, well, you know what? So back to this Palmer, I'm all over the place here.
Yeah, because you're trying to make it out to be me and it's not me.
No, I'm trying to make it out to be, where's my son, okay? If you were in Palmer Lake and then Douglas County and wherever you did all these turns and turned around and this guy was out there laying in the road, he got in a truck, why do they have your GPS in your car? You were in my truck.
My phone.
No, but I thought you told me yesterday you left your phone at Petco because you had to go back to get it.
No, that was Gannon's phone. Gannon's phone was left at Petco.
You told me, yes, Tisha, I'm not stupid now. Okay, listen, you know I'm better than that. You told me yesterday, you said it almost verbatim, almost quoting you now. You said, I set my phone on the counter, okay, because I had these 2 or 3 doggy sweaters or whatever, okay, and then... No, you told me yesterday it was your phone, and then you said it and you forgot it because you kept going and looking at him to make sure he wasn't getting out the truck. Now it's you. Tisha, but how is it all true when you've told me 7 different versions of the same thing? It can't all be true. He can't be a Mexican named Uncle Matt, but he wasn't there until he got in the...
See how you keep doing?
No, what I keep doing is not being stupid and letting you get me with bullshit, okay? I need the truth.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Really. I mean, you can smirk all you want to, you can roll your eyes, you can hit the steering wheel. That doesn't change the fact that you have the truth and I don't. I mean, because, yeah, so yesterday, it wasn't a Mexican, it was the guy riding around in the Aubrey Holmes vehicle or whatever it's called, okay? And you gave him the garage code and then he came in.
These things.
But that's what I do understand. You're spinning me in 12 different directions to help.
I need immunity because they made me tell all this. If I don't keep saying different things, you get the right person. You don't care about that. You don't care about the bounty if I say anything.
No, Tisha, what I care about is you, and I care about our relationship and that the fact that we're talking together. No, you're not talking to the
Albert,
police. I'm not making you say anything. Okay, listen. I understand. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand you feel like they're making you all these things, and I understand making you say all these things. Sorry. Okay, and the fact that you're having to say all these different stories because they're pressuring you, and I blame them completely. Okay, I understand that you're just in a bad situation because everybody's after you and you feel attacked and all these things. Okay, I understand that. But if you have any faith or respect in me, you got to understand that, I believe the truth is always easier than having to go 27 different directions, okay? And that's what I'm trying to work out with you here is just the freaking truth.
You. He hurt. I was tied with my arm.
Okay, well, who is he? Who tied you up? Who did this? You didn't do it. Who did it? Who hurt Gannon? Who has Gannon? Who wants the money? Who hurt you? Who is they? And how did he hurt Gannon? These are the questions I need to know. Who is he and who are they?
He first told me his name was Gordo, but it's not. It's Quincy Brown.
Quincy Brown. So Quincy Brown is the one who has him. What was he driving when he was following you? What was he driving when he was following you? What? A red car. See, I think that's what I was saying. You're on it. The fact that you know his name, or he said Eduardo, but you found out his name was Quincy Brown, driving a red car. What? Wait, listen. Wait. How did he hurt Gannon, and how bad was Gannon hurt?
I didn't ever get to see Gannon.
Say that again. You said. I can't hear you, Tisha. Try to calm down.
When I came out, Gannon was gone. I just could hear him screaming. I couldn't do anything.
So Gannon was screaming, and you heard him. You heard. Right. No, I said heard. I said you heard, like you heard him screaming. The guy hurt Gannon. So you know the guy hurt him, Quincy Brown. Huh?
Yeah.
Do you know what he hurt him with? Was he hitting him? Was he?
I came back in there. He started taking boxes out.
Okay, so how do you know Quincy Brown? How do you know it was him?
He told me his name was Eduardo, but he came back in there taking boxes out. And I think Quincy Quincy Brown. I saw it.
Oh, what boxes was he taking out?
I thought he was going to rob our house and take things.
So he had an ID on, and what did you see anything besides his name, like a company or something?
Quincy Brown. It was his pocket. He had his big baggy pants on, and in his pocket, the paper fell out, and on top of the paper was his ID, and it had his picture, Quincy Brown.
Okay, all right. But what kind of boxes? What boxes was he taking out? Was he out of the storage room? What? I mean, what?
In the storage room.
Oh, you were in the storage.
Do what?
You did. That's the first you told me that you were in the storage room.
He tied me in the storage room, and I put the out. I just did that.
I'm sorry. You were crying and screaming. I couldn't understand that part. So now I know you were tied up. You couldn't do anything because you were screaming and you had the bandana in your mouth. You were tied up. Is this after the police left and after Gannon and him were in the storage room, or before that, or what?
It was after the police left late that night. I put Harley.
Okay.
I realized that he was still in the house. Really, laying in the room and told him to shut the door and don't come out.
Okay. All right. So what boxes was he taking out of the storage room, or what? Okay, well, you brought that up, so that's huge. I mean, if he's taking boxes, what was in the boxes? I'm just trying to sort through all this, okay? Empty boxes, okay. So back up. Gannon and this Quincy Brown guy, they were in the storage room the whole time, and you were trying to point the police to the storage room?
I never told you that. I said when the cops went to the storage room, I was trying to tell them, hey, there's a bunch of boxes piled up here. I even went to the little Christmas closet and was like, yeah, please look through there really good.
But you did say that they were in there and that you tried to direct them somehow to the storage room. You did say that.
Not what I said. That is not what I said.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing.
Telling him where hiding places were in the storage room.
Then where the fuck were they? It all is relevant. Where were they at? You said earlier you heard him scream from the storage room. Okay? Where were they at?
There was no screaming when the cops were there. What are you talking about?
You know, honestly, I'm kind of getting fed up because you know what? Yesterday, in the 3 previous versions, okay, it all happened in Gannon's room. Now it all happened in the fucking storage room. Make your mind up. You banged your head on Gannon's table. You were raped in Gannon's room. Gannon was beat up. He was high-fiving the guy. He was jumping on him. He was loving him. Uncle Matt, he was a Mexican. It all happened in Gannon's room. Now it happened in the storage room. God damn it, Tisha, make some sense out of this.
That is before the police got there, Albert.
What time did all that happen? What time did that happen?
You asked me about the police got there.
Tisha, to me, this is all bullshit because none of it makes sense. None of the timeline adds up. Every time you tell it to me, there's more and different details. So, okay. Yeah, fine.
I have my life on the line.
Go get your fucking immunity. I hope you get it, because I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. I don't want nothing bad to happen to nobody. I want my son back.
I'm trying to help you get him back.
So at what point did you call the police? The guy was with you. He was in the house. He was just letting you call the police? Because you said he was in the truck. Well, you, him, and Gannon were in the truck, come back from wherever the fuck you picked him up on the side of the road, and he just jumped in and said, here's a hamburger, take me home or something, whatever. Okay? Yeah. I'm being a goddamn smartass because this is bullshit. Okay? So you're all in the house and you're just drinking sweet tea, and he's like, I'm holding you at gunpoint, but go ahead and call the police, please. Right? That's your story. That's your story, Tisha. That's your story. Because
story.
Yeah, because initially he was already in the house when you got home with Gannon. That's what you told me initially. I am listening. Okay, so all right, so assume I believe you now. So Quincy Brown is the one holding Gannon for all the money, and you didn't tell me. So now, all this 3 weeks now, you've known who has my son. You've known he's out to get you or after you or whatever, and you think I'm going to be okay with me just finding this out after I've been crying my heart out for 3 weeks now? You think that's cool? Because you're worried about your immunity?
Because I'm worried about my what?
Immunity. That's all you said all day long after yesterday when you told me 7 different stories. Today it's immunity. And now I find about Quincy Brown in a red car with boxes, has my son, and he wants money, and you never told me about it. It's like we're playing fucking Clue here or something. Or Who's Who. And yes, I'm being a smartass because I'm tired of this shit.
I don't want nothing but my family and everything and Gannon to be there. I begged you to help me for days. I can tell you this. I begged you. But you would never have to not be around everybody and call me. Never.
You know, it's funny. I'm going to stop you right there because it's funny. You started that statement again with, I just want my family and Gannon. So that's why you keep saying shit like that. No, Gannon is part of your family. He's not an and, he's part of it. That's why I don't believe that shit because you keep saying that. Go ahead.
I am agreeing to testify against this. I am agreeing to even to walk out wherever money, risking a chance to fucking shoot me just to get Gannon.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, listen, I know enough about immunity that you're not going to get immunity if you keep lying about this fucking Quincy guy. There's no fucking Quincy guy. There's no Eduardo. There's no Uncle Matt. There's nobody.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever me all you want to, but there's no fucking Quincy. Yeah. Should have freaking told me about Quincy Brown from the get-go. That's why there's no fucking Quincy Brown.
Really?
Yeah, really, Tisha. Yeah, this is just blowing my mind here that you sit here and you want to be a family, the 4 of us in Gannon, like you say. You want us to get back together and be all intimate and, blah, 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 blah. But you keep fucking lying to me. 5 years of lies and now my son's gone. Where is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy, that's who took him.
Where the fuck is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown.
Where? Where's Quincy Brown? He's obviously, you know something about him. Is he in town? Are you in town? Is Gannon in town? Who's anywhere? Nobody knows where anybody is except for you.
Earlier, you wanted to help. You wanted to listen so we could go have him arrested. But now you don't have any interest in this.
I do. I'll let them know as soon as we get off the phone. Go look for a 5'7" Mexican guy named Uncle Matt that changed his name to Quincy Brown that works for the home developer that his ID fell out of his pocket and he's out there with my son. I'll tell him all that.
Now because I found out who he is.
But you said you knew him.
They're after me.
Oh my God. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown took Gannon.
You almost said his name different. Okay, is it Quincy Brown or?
Quincy Brown is what I said.
Where is Gannon?
All right, I think now would be a good time for a break. So we will take our break until 10:45. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, Mel. Seated record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I wanted to pass on, you guys will need a pen for this. The issue that we were talking about earlier, take a look, and I'm still not asking for an answer. I want you guys to, you'll have some time to look at this, but I also want you to look at these cases. People versus Boykins, 140 Pacific 3rd, 87, and Riggins versus Nevada, 504 US.
Riggins was the case that I was thinking of.
Okay. It's, actually, I have the Supreme Court citation. It's 112 SCT 1810 1810, decided 1992. So take a look at those. I plan to, and then we'll see if we have some further discussion. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, then. Court will be in recess.
How long did you say, Your Honor?
10:45. All right, court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not from us right now, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
So are we going to start with Mr. Stauch back on the stand, or are we moving to, I think it would be Exhibit 39?
Start with Mr. Stauch on the stand, ask some follow-up questions, and then
Okay.
jump into that exhibit.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you'd resume your seat on the witness stand. I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Oh, okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. And we are resuming with testimony of Mr. Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Stauch, in that last phone call that we just heard, February 14th, 2020, this is roughly about a little over 2 weeks after Gannon's missing, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, January 27th, so almost 3 weeks, yeah.
Yep. In the beginning portion of that phone call, sounded like the defendant was suggesting that some guy laid down on the road and then got in the truck and Gannon threw up in the back of your truck.
Yes, sir.
When you got back from Oklahoma, did you drive your truck?
I did a few times in those early couple days of searching.
Was there any puke in your truck?
I don't remember there being even the smell of puke in my truck. No, sir.
In that phone call, you started to press her to get details about whoever this guy was, this dude that she keeps describing. And in the call, it's just, she uses a Mexican or a black dark, found out his name. You mentioned the name Aubrey Holmes. What was that all about?
That would have been in the Lordston Ranch neighborhood. I used to see a van, somewhat of the neighborhood headquarters or whatever. That's the home builder, maybe. I don't know specifically, but yeah, that was just a van or cars roaming around the neighborhood for supervision or whatever.
Was that also a reference back to the story the defendant gave that she let one of the guys from the building area come into the house?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then during this phone call, we hear the name Quincy Brown. Was that the first time you'd heard the name Quincy Brown?
Yes, sir.
Did you know any Quincy Brown?
No, sir.
Again, similar questions to before. During this particular phone call, did the defendant's personality, was it consistent with the way you knew her personality to be?
Absolutely.
Did she change into any other different personalities during this phone call?
No, sir.
During this phone call, did you know where she was located?
No, sir.
And then there's a lot of reference to immunity from the defendant in this phone call. It's similar to the last call. In your mind, was she asking for immunity because Quincy Brown did something?
That made absolutely no sense to me, so no.
But was that what she was sort of relaying to you in your mind?
I don't know. In my mind, she was asking for immunity because she did something or knew something that would incriminate her, but she was claiming to know more that would afford her the opportunity to ask for immunity.
Did she ever, during this particular phone call, give you any actionable information that you could pass on to law enforcement that could help the investigation?
No, sir, it seemed like more spin to me.
More spin, you said?
More spin or more trying to send myself or the investigation in opposite directions.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, we would move on to playing People's Exhibit number 39, which is another recorded phone call, again from February 14th, 2020 at 12:41 p.m.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
And this call is just a little under 18 minutes.
All right. Best to be ready.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you ready now? Are you ready to talk to me?
I have been talking to you.
Okay. Yes, you have. Okay. Where's Gannon?
I didn't see children.
Where's Gannon, Tisha?
I just told you.
No, don't tell me fucking Quincy Brown. Tell me where Gannon is. There's no Quincy Brown. There's no Quincy Brown. Where is Gannon? Where did you take Gannon?
He took it. Why don't you put me in a lineup and let me look for it?
Where did you take Gannon? Where is Gannon?
Gannon anywhere.
Yeah, but you told me you did. You told me you took him to Petco and to Douglas County and tobacco. Where is Gannon?
To me and something I didn't do? What's wrong with you?
Where is Gannon, Tisha?
I've already told you. You think you could be this interrogator all you want?
No, I'm not. You're my wife and I'm trying to talk to you.
Hey, you're not trying to talk to me. You're trying to put me 6 feet under what you're trying to do.
Why are you so afraid to just tell me the fucking truth, the real story, just for once, okay? You can
That's
tell me
the truth.
You can tell me a bullshit 20 more times. Just right now, tell me the truth. Where is Gannon? You did not tell me where he is.
I know where he is. Quincy Brown took him. What's the guy's name?
Listen, fuck Quincy Brown. Don't ever say that name to me again because it's bullshit. Eduardo is bullshit, okay? The carpet guy is bullshit.
But Quincy Brown took him.
Well, tomorrow it's going to be somebody different because yesterday it was the 3 other different guys.
I'll go after him.
My dumbass won't go after him. Yeah, my dumbass won't go after him. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Come on. 'Cause you told me to tell you who had him and you would be supportive. And you still are doing this.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pick this thing apart anymore because it's bullshit. You said this guy had something on you, something blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, blah, 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 blah. You didn't want to tell me his name. Why would you not want to tell me Quincy Brown? Who the fuck is Quincy Brown?
What? He is going. I'll send you some lineups. The police department has to have lineups for Quincy Brown in the area.
Did you tell Quincy Brown your name? Okay, did you give him your information? Did he take your phone? How is he messaging you? It's Quincy Brown messaging you. I do, and I'm trying to find it. How is he messaging you when he never... Did you tell him, hey, my name's Tisha, my email is TishaLynn2006? What the fuck, Tisha?
Did you care that he has your son?
Yeah, see, you ain't answering my question. You ain't answering my question because you know it's bullshit. How is he messaging you? Like I said, it's probably some Inspector Gadget. This message will self-destruct in 30 seconds, right? Some bullshit like that. Because he didn't...
What? Talking about?
Likewise. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This guy messaging you? What the fuck? He don't have your information?
Okay, so he hasn't been outside of the hotel?
Nope.
Okay, then you're an idiot.
Throw another one at me. What else hasn't he done? He ain't done shit. Because Quincy Brown don't fucking exist.
Maybe they need to check you and Landon since y'all goddamn won't go look for him.
Yeah, have them check me and Landon. They got all my shit. I turn all my shit in. My car, my phone, my email, my everything. They got all my shit.
Well, they have all mine too.
Okay? So I ain't worried about shit. Give me a place to look for Gannon. Tell me where he is.
I don't know.
I'll go fucking look for him. What does Quincy Brown even look like? Is he the 5'7" Mexican? I mean, come on, goddammit.
Come on.
How is he messaging you? You never answered that question either. I'm getting messages. Ooh, so mysterious.
Just because someone sends you messages, Albert, doesn't fucking mean it's social media or anything like that.
I didn't say what it was. I asked you what it was.
Certain ways.
So.
You even called it into the FBI.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there's this dude, blah, 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 following us. Hey, there's another people following us. I've tried to help y'all.
So listen.
I didn't tell you from the beginning who Quincy Brown was.
Yeah, right.
Travis don't give a shit.
Yeah, because you knew I wouldn't believe you because it's bullshit. So you're telling me this motherfucker came in or got in the truck, come home, beat the shit out of you or whatever he did, beat the shit out of Gannon, took Gannon from the storage room or whatever the hell that's all about, and took him, and now he's got.
I'll send you a picture.
And now he's. Yeah, send it to me. Send that shit to me right now, okay? Send me fucking Quincy Brown, okay? Because you're telling me this dude is out there. He knows you know what he looks like, and he's following you, trying to do whatever he's gonna do. He's got everything he needs.
You don't release a reward.
But you said that he's following you.
Yes, ask for a reward.
When are you gonna send me this damn picture?
I just sent it. See? Dark skin, mixed, his
Are you freaking serious, Tisha? That's Quincy Brown right there. He's dark and Hispanic.
what?
He's dark and Hispanic. His name's Quincy Brown, right? A Hispanic guy named Quincy, like he's from South Carolina or something.
Puerto Rican, mixed,
All right, listen,
Quincy.
Oh my God, this is great. How did you fucking get a picture of Quincy Brown? You Googled him?
That is who he is.
Okay, listen, screenshot your Google search. Let me see it. Now, screenshot me where you pulled that. Yeah, however you got Quincy. Guess what? Quincy probably sent you that picture in one of his messages, right? He said, hey, just in case they're looking for me, here's my latest photo.
You're a fucking dumbass.
I am a dumbass, and I need my son, and you got him.
Your son.
Who's got him then? It ain't fucking Quincy Brown.
You gonna be a fucking take some balls and find him with his. I bet you ain't doing that shit though, are you? Cause you're.
I am a punk, you're right. I just want my son. You can call me a punk. You can say whatever you want to say to me. Okay? I just want.
Quincy then.
Where,
Question him then.
where can I find Quincy to question him?
I don't fucking know. Your best friends in the police department can do it.
You're killing me, Tisha.
I'm not killing you.
Well, where's my son, Tisha? This is the same fucking bullshit conversation we had for days and weeks about that $8,000 you took from me. And I said, where's the money? Where's the money? And then 2 weeks later, oh, I took it. I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. It's the same shit we're doing again.
Money, you dumbass.
Yeah, I am a dumbass, but it's the same fucking conversation. Where's my son, Tisha?
Quincy hasn't. Quincy, do you know him? Fucking go find him.
Apparently you do, because he's got something against you. Okay? Yeah.
You to talk to me to help me.
Hey, guess what? I'm calling bullshit. I just Googled that shit, and that's a fucking mugshot like I find Mike Hyatt on. Mugshot. Way to go, Tisha. You found Quincy Brown on a mugshot. God damn it. This is just getting better and better and better.
It's a mugshot because he's probably been in jail before, you dumbass.
Yeah. So he just picked you out of the blue because you just happened to be in Douglas County up there, and he was laying in the street. And Quincy said, "Oh wow, that looks like an easy target. I'm gonna steal her son and rape her and go all the way to freaking wherever." And then how did he leave? Nobody saw him leave. What the fuck are you talking about?
The cameras at night, you dumbass.
Oh, that's right, because he was there till midnight while the neighborhood search party was going on. Come on, Tisha.
The neighborhood search party was not even going on at that time.
Okay, guess what? I know that's false. They searched all through the night, Keisha, while you were sitting your ass in the house. You were sitting in the house, sending Harley and Lane out to look for him. The search party of the fucking neighborhood was out, and Quincy Brown was out there, and nobody saw him. I tell you what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to figure out what you're going to do when they find Gannon. Because that's what you need to worry about.
When they find Gannon.
When they find Gannon,
Really?
no matter what's happened to the boy or where he's at, when they find him, you better get to step in because you got to worry about what's going to happen. Okay?
Really?
Yeah.
That's a threat? Because,
No, I'm telling you about the police.
okay. If that's how you want to take it then, and you don't want any help, that's
Yeah,
fine.
because we're going to find him. And how the hell would you know they're barking up the wrong tree? You keep saying they're looking in the wrong place.
You don't ask me. I'm the wrong tree.
But that doesn't make any sense. They're looking where you supposedly told them Quincy Brown got in the truck at. What the fuck, Tisha? That's the exact tree they're looking at.
I said me. I was talking about me.
Yeah, but you keep
I
saying,
don't.
no, that's not true. You said,
There. He hasn't.
you told me yesterday they were looking at Palmer Lake and Douglas County and in all these fields and they're barking up the wrong tree. That's what you told me, not anybody else.
You dumbass. He hasn't in Colorado Springs.
Where at? How do you know where he's at if you don't know Quincy Brown? If you're not involved, if you don't know what's going on,
Not involved.
you just fucking told on yourself. You just told on yourself. You know where Gannon's at and you're fucking lying.
I don't know where Gannon's at.
You just said he's in Colorado Springs.
I said Quincy Brown lives in Colorado Springs, apparently.
Now you're fucking twisting the words again, Tisha. Okay, where's Gannon?
I don't have Gannon. You can curse me out, call me whatever you want, fuck all the bitches you want, do whatever you want, because I don't care about you.
Good. I don't want you to. You got my son, and you know where he's at, and I need to find my son. You obviously don't care about my son if you're going to do all the things you did in that fucking candle video. That was bullshit. That's the same shit you tried to do to me, and you did it to my son. That was horrible. You should go to jail just for that shit, Tisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fucking abuse, and you know it. Had that little boy. No, you had him crying when all he thought he had made was an accident, and you had him thinking he was going to have to sell his Switch and his toys on the fucking video you put out there. I didn't see that. You put it out there. That's your fucking abuse.
You didn't think he was going to sell his Switch?
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
or what? Well, that was where it was going. The couch, or we got to sell this or that. I heard your words, and
Messed up. I was telling him
I heard you make him cry too. Where's my son?
crying.
Where's my son? Where is he, Tisha? Why are you pausing?
You don't care where he's at, so it don't matter.
I do care. I told you where I think he's at. You told me he wasn't there. You said they're barking up the wrong tree, and then you said he is in Colorado Springs. You said that. Not me. Not the police. Not nobody else. You said it. That's why you said they're barking up the wrong tree, because you know where he's at. And you need to tell me.
I wish I did.
You're a fucking liar. Tell me where he's at.
I wish I did, so that I bring him to you and say to you how you really were a supportive husband.
You listen. This is the same shit that we've been going through for 5 years, and I've supported you
That's all
through
you
it.
ever want to do is talk about me and Albert.
No, I want my son. Fuck all that other shit. I want my son. Who cares about the past 5 years? You're right. Who gives a fuck?
To you right now, and I had absolutely nothing to do with it. You'd still fucking try to blame it on me.
But Tisha, that's just not an option. You've lied to me. Okay? Well, I'm not blaming you, but you've lied to me. That's unacceptable. Okay? The truth is, I need my son, and you have information.
I'm sorry that I didn't want to get killed. Okay? I'm sorry.
So you didn't want to get killed, so you let him take Gannon? Or why?
I'm
What?
talking about by talking from the beginning.
But you were talking from the beginning. You did an interview from day one. Okay? So no.
I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want everyone I knew to get killed. If I
Some fucking random Quincy Brown, okay? Come on. Some Quincy Brown from mugshots is going to kill us all.
Have you looked him up?
Yeah, he's on fucking mugshots right there on Google. All you gotta do is Google or Siri, show me Quincy Brown, and there he is, bam, right in front of you, okay? What the fuck, Tisha?
Okay.
Just like I found all that shit on Mike Hyatt. All I had to do was Google Mike Hyatt, and there it was, right in front of me. I didn't have to do no search. It was right there. Because I'm telling you, I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I'm telling you.
You want to be don't go after all options, then you must be fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid to let you send me in 27 different directions. You're right. That's stupid. You're absolutely right. I know that you know where Gannon is, and that's the direction I'm going, and I'm not changing. So you better buckle in. This is going to be it.
You'll be waiting a long time because I don't have him.
I didn't say you had him, Tisha. See, that's where you keep twisting your words. I didn't say you had him. I said, tell me where he is.
Where Gannon's at?
Oh, okay.
Damn time.
Okay.
Because I don't him. And I don't know where he's at. I do that every day.
But you just said he's in Colorado Springs, so make your mind up.
The Quincy guy is in
So,
at me. What about be a man, be a husband, and freaking go there and say, hey, listen, can we detain this Quincy guy and ask him some questions?
yeah, fine, we'll do that. But my manhood's not in question here. The truth is in question here. Okay? You say Quincy Brown is in Colorado Springs, and you say Quincy Brown has Gannon because he's messaging you and wants a reward. Okay? So if you put
Message me. I said he left messages.
that's a message.
You
Okay,
said
okay.
message.
I'm not gonna split hairs with you about stupid shit now. He got word to you somehow. He said something to you somehow. Okay, but you told me he has him. He's let you know he had him, and he's in Colorado Springs and he wants money. Okay, but then you say I don't know where Gannon's at. Which one is it?
He says he has Gannon.
He says he has Gannon, and he's in Colorado Springs.
But I would even be willing to put my life on the line to freaking go out and carry to wherever the meat's going to be, knowing that somebody might shoot me.
All right, listen, I'm about to end my rope here. Okay, you're fucking lying, and I'm done with it. Okay.
Okay.
You haven't even told me where you're at. I mean, there's so many freaking lies. You say help me protect me. God damn it, you're not in Colorado Springs, Tisha. Send me your location right now. Then send me your location right now. Quit fucking playing. Send it to me on my phone. Take a picture.
Would you? So you want me to send you my location?
I've offered.
Share your family.
Yeah.
She'll be doing.
Yep. All right, listen. Obviously, this gap between us ain't getting no closer because you won't tell me where my son is. So I'm done. You got anything else to say before I hang up on you? Good. Don't email me. Don't call me. Don't message me. Don't use my name in the media. Don't say shit about me until you tell me where my son is.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Stauch, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stauch, in that particular phone call, you made a comment about the candle incident and that the defendant was doing the same thing to Gannon that she did to you. What were you talking about there?
Manipulation.
Meaning the defendant manipulating situations?
The defendant manipulating situations, as I witnessed in that video, her doing to Gannon.
Sounds like potentially the defendant sent you a text message to tell you who this Quincy Brown was. Did that happen? In that phone
During
call?
that phone call, yes, sir.
Did you then do a Google search for a Quincy Brown?
I believe I did on the spot, yes, sir.
And what did you find when you Googled Quincy Brown?
Exactly what I referenced. I call it mugshots, but lineup.com or mugshots.com, whatever it was specifically, but his face next to a bunch of other people that have been arrested.
Was that essentially a sex offender that was wanted in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any independent knowledge that Quincy Brown was somehow involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You asked the defendant in there, or actually the defendant, I'm sorry, said that she was in Colorado Springs. Did you know where she was at that time?
No, sir.
Did you think she was in Colorado Springs?
No, sir.
And then similar to the other calls, her personality that she was using in that phone call, was it consistent with the way you know her?
Absolutely.
Did she ever change into a different personality?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We will move on to, Your Honor, People's Exhibit 40, which is another recorded phone call, February 14th, 2020, 1:21 PM.
All right. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And this is just short of 16 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
Got my peanut butter sandwich. I need it.
I ate mine too. Hello?
Are you still along?
What?
Are you still along?
Yes. Okay, here, you asked for one more chance. Here it is. I'm gonna shut up. You just say what you gotta say. I ain't gonna say shit. It's your chance.
What's that noise?
That's my water bottle.
Do you love me?
Yes.
Oh. All right. If you know it's an accident, are you going to stand by me?
Yes, absolutely, Tisha. I've told you that from day one.
I'm sorry for all the stories. I just didn't know what to do. Oh. So we were going to get your bike. I was like, get it right. It was really big, so I got it pink. You fell off of it. It hurt bad. You said so much about like heels and stuff.
What? I didn't hear you. What?
I said when he fell, he got hurt because there was like concrete and heels and stuff. The guy was helping him ride the bike.
Tisha, babe, what, how bad did he get hurt?
How bad it was, he was bleeding.
Where was he bleeding from?
His arms, his knees, his head.
So his head was bleeding? And this, oh God.
And he promised me he was gonna go back to his house and get some bandages and call 911 because we had accidentally left him all at Petco. I swear to God, Quincy's real.
So what happened, baby?
I didn't know they got hurt. I didn't have a phone to call 911. They're supposed to be taking him back and I called 911.
So the guy took him to take him to 911?
I swear to God, his name's Quincy Brown. The guy was supposed to be meeting again.
The Craigslist guy?
Yeah.
And you met him where? Like up in wherever that
Those messages. My actual phone was my gosh. I was scared he didn't come back with it.
so keep going. I'm sorry.
I thought if I was like, I'll go back and I'll just go keep searching, and I did. I spent the whole night driving to find him.
In my truck?
Sure, I'm sorry for these stories. I just didn't want to do because I want you to hate me.
Why would I hate you if it wasn't your fault?
Because I couldn't get to him. And he was bleeding from his head and knees. It was an accident.
Okay. So start over. This is really hard to hear, okay? But so you left Petco.
You don't talk to me like that. Where you're going to go down this road and chastise me and tell
I'm not. You're telling me the truth now.
Sure, it's all my job. It's the truth.
Okay, and I believe you now, because thank you for telling me the truth. This means the world to me, and where was this at? Like, what exit? You mentioned the exit yesterday. What exit was this at?
It was like 163. I don't know. It's on my phone.
Okay, so if you can reach out to them and then give you your phone, then they could find it, right? Can you think of a landmark? Just like, help me find him, babe. Just help me. Because I can go search. I can go right now and search.
That's the only reason I asked for immunity, because I didn't finish an accident and I wasn't trying to cover up anything. I was trying to figure out why he took him. If I said something like you saw it hurt us in the house or something, I'm not. They would start looking for him.
When the guy...
I wanted to try to bike out and he needed help because the bike was too big. And you want to know why I've been gone? Why my car's been in that direction? I've been driving up and down there all the time until they took my car. Driving to do anything I can find, anything. Driving to find this dude. I even called into the police department and they're like, yeah, because he's wanted. If you know where he's at, let me know. So nobody tried to help me. Because before I would do anything, I made him show me his ID. Because I was making sure. Just wanted to get rid of bike today, that's all.
So, Letecia, hold on. You went to his house? Or where did you meet this guy at? Quincy Brown or whatever? Because if you went to his house, they could
Listen to me, please, please.
I'm listening.
I need to tell you.
Okay.
He said to me that he would be off that exit. When I turn off that exit, you can look.
Okay.
I turned off the exit left because I thought that was direction, but he thought I was coming from south, coming from north. So I turned on right and went towards the other direction, and I didn't see anyone with a bike in a store.
Okay. So there was a store?
He said there was a store. I said I didn't see
Oh.
anyone with a bike in the store.
Oh,
So I went the other direction.
I got you.
When I went the other direction, I see him with the bike. And I said, hey, there's the guy with the bike. And I made him show me his ID, and legit, we talked. Some kind of biking, and this was a tour bike. And I got a little nervous because I said, why would he have some tour bike and he's trying to sell it? You know, like, I was asking him questions like, did you not ride anymore? Did you get hurt? You know, like these stories I was asking him. Then I realized I didn't have the phone because I had left it at Petco. So then, Gannon was like high-fiving him and talking to him and stuff like that. So I assumed, you know, nice guy. Until he was taking Gannon, just helping him get on the bike to ride it. I was holding on to it just so he could see, and he was like, do you think your daddy will like this bike? Then the next thing you know, whenever they like both slid, he slid with Gannon in the bike, and Gannon like went, like not necessarily tumbling, but sliding down, and he hit his head, and I ran over there. I was just crying out because I don't want to have my phone. He was like, I live right up here, I'm gonna take him, and we'll go. And I'm just still sitting there crying and crying. They gotta see me get off the exit. That's why I've been adamant about you finding this dude.
All right. So so you got off exit 163?
Nope, it was whatever county line or some shit like that was
Oh,
called.
that county line road or whatever we always take. It was on that road.
No, you had to turn off of that road. I went the wrong way to start with, so I turned right. Because he thought I was coming from that direction. I was supposed to turn right.
But this was the exit off 25 that you turned the wrong way, or off of county line road?
Off of 25, you can get off and go both directions.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to narrow it down so I can go look, but So was there anything else besides you said he scraped his knees, he scraped his elbows, he busted his head, and he had the burns on his arms.
Well, there was some bad burns, Albert. The burns were just little bubbles from the fire. That had nothing to do with it. Now maybe it could have like scraped him open some because he already had them, but Gannon was fine. He was talking to me. He wasn't complaining on any kind of pain. I would have took him straight to the doctor if the burns would have had any kind of pain to him.
Okay.
That's the only reason. I didn't ask you for any kind of immunity because I committed some kind of crimes. I just know that it was an accident, and all I did was someone was trying to help me. And then I didn't know where he went from there.
What? So, the one I'm worried the most about is the freaking head wound, because what was it? How bad was he bleeding?
It was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. Like it was. Tell me bad. Is bad like blood's dripping down his face, or bad like he's? Did you do anything to wrap around his head or anything?
Yes, my clothes I had on had blood on them.
The clothes you had on?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Like, oh my god, we gotta call 911.
was this on the road or was this at the station? Like where?
Show you to explain where. I don't know my way around Colorado.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out if there's blood on the road. Maybe we could find blood on the road or something. That's all I was saying.
Searching.
Okay.
Somewhere.
I agree. I agree they should find it. So where on his head? Like was it the side or back of his head? What?
I don't know. I was panicked.
Okay, so you were panicking. So an accident happened and you panicked, right?
I was panicking.
Okay,
I didn't have a phone.
right. And did he have a phone?
He said he would run back to his house. He had Gannon, said he'd run back to his house, wrap it up tight, and he would call 911.
Okay.
Gannon was talking.
Okay. So he took Gannon to his house is what he told you, right? And you did you stay where you were or did you follow him or what? Babe.
Mr. Allen?
Your Honor, we would just have Mr. Stout come back to the stand.
Mr. Stauch, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Judge, I'm not sure if I said it, but that was actually exhibit number 40 that we played, which was that February 14th.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Stauch, in this particular phone call, hear the defendant sounding potentially like crying. Did that sound like legitimate crying to you?
It did to me.
You made a comment that you're telling me the truth now. Was that an honest statement to you or from you, or was this you trying to get her to just keep talking?
Yeah, more of a tactic to keep her going.
As you're talking to the defendant in that particular phone call, was her personality consistent with the way you knew her personality?
Yes, sir.
Did she change it to any different personalities during that phone call?
No, sir.
All right. Is this the first time in this phone call that the defendant gives you any indication that Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes, this is the first indication of his head injury. Yes, sir.
And then in conjunction with other injuries that she mentioned, and that was burns to his arms that bubbled, and then also bleeding from his butt very early on.
Yes, sir.
In that phone call, do you remember when the defendant describes having blood on her clothes and using her clothing to stop the bleeding on Gannon's head?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything that corroborated that version of the story, such as any clothes with bloodstains on them when you got home from Oklahoma?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay. May I approach with People's Exhibit 49?
You may go ahead.
Mr. Stauch, I'm showing you People's Exhibits. Will you please flip through that and let me know?
Okay, I'm finished.
Do you recognize what is marked as People's Exhibit 49?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a book full of text messages between myself and the defendant.
Is the date range for this particular group of text messages that basically February 29th through March 1st of 2020? If you look at the timestamps on them?
Yes, it is.
Are those fair and accurate representations of the text messages that she sent, or at least came from her phone and that you responded with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 49.
Defense, Exhibit 49 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness with People's Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, as Mr. Stauch first, before I start that, flip through that and then let me know when you're done. And Judge, what we're doing with this particular exhibit is just pre-qualification. His portion of these text messages will actually admit this later through a different witness.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that as?
It's communications between myself and Harley's phone.
Harley Hunt?
Harley Hunt,
Okay.
between her phone.
And what I'm asking you specifically for your portion of this exhibit, the text messages that came from you or from your phone, do those appear to be fair and accurate representations of your communications?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Or may I retrieve that?
Yes.
Mr. Stauch, how much time did you spend with this defendant? Just total time from the start of your relationship until all of this happened?
Like we mentioned yesterday, we started dating in early 2014, so roughly 6 years.
During that time, did you spend a lot of in-person time with her?
Absolutely.
Did that give you an opportunity to observe her mental condition?
Yes, sir.
Besides just, we all have different weird idiosyncrasies. Did you ever see anything that went beyond just our own individual personality traits
No,
in the
sir.
defendant?
No, sir.
Did you ever see an opportunity or have an opportunity to observe the defendant, whether she could understand the difference between right and wrong?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Obviously, throughout our relationship, I think to some moments immediately preceding January 27th. I mean, she took the kids to, the defendant took the kids on a hike. She made it there safely. Kids made it home safely. Obviously didn't, from my knowledge, didn't get a ticket, so obeyed all of the traffic laws on the way there and the way back. Even that morning of the 27th, we talked about Gannon and the switch, as we've seen with some text messages. Some right and wrong issues there about how we disciplined him with the taking the switch away for whatever his offense was in that moment. And I communicated with the defendant about that punishment specifically and how to manage that. After the events of the 27th, I just think too how much the defendant trust me about what was right in our relationship, how I should take her side and what was right and wrong and how I was managing that whole piece of it. Something that stands out more than anything is, as the defendant said to me in one of these phone calls, I think one we heard yesterday, that she didn't allow Lena back in the house when Lena got home from school. I don't know any reason why she would have not allowed Lena back in the house. Other than I don't know. There's something going on that she didn't want Lena to see. If there was nothing going on in that house, why could Lena not have come in the house that day when she got home from school?
Okay, and we're going to get more into that in just
Sure.
a minute, but I appreciate you bringing that up. You lived with her in South Carolina, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a cup of water or anything?
I'm okay.
Okay. You lived with the defendant in South Carolina, Colorado, also spent time with her in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant follow the laws in all of those places?
Yes, sir.
You went on trips. You mentioned that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Who would typically plan the trips?
She would plan and organize just about every trip or vacation we went on, and she was very good at it and was able to get us to, the port on time for cruises, to the terminal on time for plane trips, and organize rental cars. We always get it there and back on time. I mean, always, exactly what we needed to do.
So
time-wise.
she was able to set up an itinerary and then follow the itinerary
Yes, sir.
with no troubles.
Never.
You mentioned, the discipline with the switch, Gannon's gaming system.
Yes, sir.
Was it very typical for her to be engaged with disciplining the kids, both Gannon, Lena, and even Harley if she needed it?
Yes, sir.
Can you give the jury some examples of that beyond just the switch?
Well, that was just our typical source of punishment, was to take away iPad or Switch or our TV time if they didn't follow the rules or didn't do chores as was prescribed to them. She was also had a very, very meticulous about the kids' schedule. Hey, when you get home, this is the right thing to do. You come home, come in the house, have your snack, do your homework, and there was, not rewards necessarily, but repercussions if they didn't follow that prescribed schedule for them on a daily basis.
What about during the time frame so if we're going to narrow the scope of what we're talking about here, Mr. Stauch, the time frame as we get to January 2020, and especially that Saturday night when you left up to DIA, did you ever have any concerns that she was having this crack in her mental health?
No, sir.
What would you have done if you had observed some major crack in her mental health?
I would not have gone on that trip. I did have the flexibility to cancel my training and move it to another time if need be. I would not have left the house and not left the kids there if I had any concerns or she showed signs of a mental crack approaching.
And at any time during your relationship with the defendant, did you ever see her have some major crack in her mental health condition?
No, sir.
Did you know her to have any severe mental illnesses?
No, sir.
I want to ask you what you just got into a little bit ago, and that is in relation to January 27th. Was there a period of time in the afternoon of that day when you were trying to get a hold of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How were you trying to get a hold of her?
I remember making a phone call or two. I don't remember how many specifically, but that was just not answered.
And also text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer during that window of time from mid-afternoon of the 27th?
I don't remember specifically when. I know at some point in that afternoon, we had a conversation about, I wanted some new headphones, and we talked about what an appropriate price range would be, and where is a good place for me to go look, whether I was on base or at the PX or the Apple Store or whatever. So once again, another conversation about what is right, wrong, appropriate. But I don't remember specifically when that happened. I just remember it was that afternoon after I got out of class.
When you look back on it now, does that seem significant to you?
It was as soon as all this started happening, that was a very significant moment.
Does that coincide with your understanding of what you just described, that the defendant would not let Lena in the house after getting home from school? Is that the same time frame?
Is the same. I don't know exactly when that conversation happened. I'd have to see a timestamp on that.
Okay.
But generally in the same time frame, Monday afternoon, January 27th, 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
You may.
So, Mr. Stauch, the last thing I wanted to say for you was, what is your opinion as to the defendant's sanity at the time of this event and just generally speaking?
I believe she's is and was 100% absolutely sane based on all the things I witnessed and I've laid out. I have no other indication for anything else.
And when you say it that way, are you talking about in the totality of your relationship?
From the time I met her till even today.
Okay. And then very specifically to when you left on January 26th, January 25th, you left the house on that Saturday. What is your opinion as to her sanity on January 25th?
100% sane.
What about January 26th
Same thing, 100% sane.
and January 27th when Gannon went missing?
Sane.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini?
May we approach?
Sure. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our lunch break early, and then we will come back for cross-examination. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start on time at 1 o'clock. So again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And with that, we will see you at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. With that, we will take our noon recess and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. All rise.
Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, sir. And I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Please start that camera. Yeah, that one. The one that shows the courtroom.
Yeah.
We can start that one. That's you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. No, you've got it. Oh, you're right. Got to take that back in, though. All rise for the jury, please. So that automatically resets on and out.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stauch. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stauch, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stauch.
Chili?
I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity to do that. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally?
I mean, in South Carolina, there's a 1 year waiting period.
Yeah.
In a no fault type divorce situation. And we were in that period. So
Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
you guys, physically, you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude?
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
Oh, I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house. I
Yeah.
call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was we had every other week custody arrangement with Miss Hyatt or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here, a weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend. would be
Okay.
my parenting time. And I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area, Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct?
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in together.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. So move pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing, and so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there's criminal activity going on in our house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the relationship with.
And I'll bring it
I
there.
think I see where it's going, overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point in time.
Who was living with?
With Landon, that's who Landon was living with.
Landon. As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Lena to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester, or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes, sir.
Myrtle Beach,
Yes.
yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in, proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's
No.
a whole,
A lot of factors. were
yes,
in
a lot of
place.
variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Landon
At that time, yes, sir.
at that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also, right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir, that would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. Or, well, I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Second. Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have
Are you,
a
I'm
transcript
looking
or something I can look at.
4702? You're aware that I mean, you've had a lot of interaction with Mr. Allen, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of,
Yes, sir.
when
Absolutely.
looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
If I may approach? You may. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burtek I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So-
So approach?
Sure.
You may, yes. And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stauch was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
Once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come
I
up.
think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there?
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
And it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And
No, she's from North Carolina.
I mean, so you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes,
She liked the beach. She liked the sun. She liked the weather.
yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a little barren, a little depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All
Claney.
right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yep.
Very fair. Regardless, she never ended up going to Alaska.
Permanently, no. She did come to visit, as we already
Okay.
testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I got custody in March of 2018.
Okay.
They immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer.
Okay.
And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household.
Okay.
That's when that began in that fall school year, 2018.
So the fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible
Yes, sir.
for both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
And overall, at least what you observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stauch did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I mean, I think you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust in he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, he actually did a Mother's Day card for Ms. Stauch?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do,
of
if
it.
I may approach. You may. Approaching with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B.
B is in Bravo.
B is in Bravo, yes.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Ms. Stauch.
I cannot attest to who was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant, yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting, yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Tellini.
Okay, that's
So-
fine. If I may approach. go, then move forward a little bit to the January of 2017. You left on that Saturday? I mean, January 2020, January 2020. You
Okay.
left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while?
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. What does your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Okay. Had you had conversations with your mom about Miss Stauch and her mental health?
Yes.
And you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Miss Stauch's mental health.
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication.
I don't remember that specifically. So
Okay. You had some you left Saturday, slept most of it. You got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing
Oh,
away.
that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
She's a big Kobe Bryant fan.
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out. More Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so, yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods?
I believe so. I believe we talked about that. Yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram?
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tellini.
You remember talking again with Detective Riley?
At this point?
Yeah, sorry. She posted, after this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes, like, if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley.
Okay, so
Just for procedure. So you know what, when I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that. If that
I
makes
understand.
sense.
I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant,
And-
and then you jumped to. Do you remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. And thank you, because when I said if I ask a bad question, thank you for letting me clarify. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram.
Okay.
Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not up here to deny it.
Would you-
No, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'm more than likely.
Portion was been marked as Offense Exhibit A.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I recognize that photo.
Okay. And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram of her hike.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So
Your Honor, move for admission of Defense Exhibit A. Mr. Allen?
I guess I have no objection if it's just to show.
That limited purpose.
That is the admitted purpose.
Okay, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
She also indicated that he was,
would you like this back, Mr. Flynn?
we can, here, thank you.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
Absolutely. She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he would have stomach.
That was common.
Very good. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school, like he was worried about having an accident at school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. I mean, he was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't, we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes,
So he would get blocked up and you give him Miralax to get everything out and then he would be okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. Now, that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal. And then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home.
Right.
And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training.
Sure.
So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay. I mean, I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than it would be normally for him to
Okay.
come home, even being out late. And so, I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about some things that don't add up about what Ms. Stauch is telling you. But initially you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seems odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up at a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where Gannon can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that, and you're talking to him.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. Mike Hyatt, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So that's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based upon what Ms. Stauch is telling you, it's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, it's starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up. Yes,
And
sir.
then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
the first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to,
Okay.
lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place, just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again, and it's my understanding you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The
Yeah.
second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Mr. Chalina, I have no clue where she
Okay.
went.
She doesn't, she's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday, the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week, though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Chalina. If you
Okay.
have it, then I don't know.
No, that's fine. And she had family members that are helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until, I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then, until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left, after she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested, the defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but
Yeah.
yeah, I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
I mean, and part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind, and I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the
Oh.
defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay, and sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So she's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in the bed, in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay, I mean, and at that point, I mean, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear
Yeah.
from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded, and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you've said this to a couple people. I mean, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to
I
someone?
do. Sorry, we got a lot of transcripts here. Remember indicating that she had a stacked education?
Once again, do you have that
Okay.
somewhere?
Yeah, this was an interview with Detective Bethel.
You may go ahead.
Green highlighted with a little star.
So that was the second one. Do you have?
That, I'll just go with that one. But you
Okay.
indicated that she had a stacked education.
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach?
Obviously, I did.
You may go ahead.
So it was it that Wednesday then after she goes down to the sheriff's station that then she doesn't come home at that point?
So I don't know where she. So
Okay, she
that
left
day
that morning.
she left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when.
Okay.
Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
And then in February, that's when, February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who is they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, "Hey, we would need to talk," as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages. And then, all of those would have been planned to some degree. So I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had kind of, or there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both you
authorities?
and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when you were, Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, and maybe I'm wrong. So we had the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling
I bet.
time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if I think I'm frustrated, period.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope, period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay,
Tony.
so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
Information. And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them. These are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that date, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that your?
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories, is what you quoted me as saying.
And even on that, the first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do when somebody had kidnapped Gannon and had taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal, so what she's telling you.
Mr. Lee, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. She indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Are you quoting that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information.
Okay.
She talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this.
Okay.
She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you quoting?
Yes.
Okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that. Yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again.
Okay.
She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy. she tells you all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream.
Okay.
And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with her. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Letecia doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
Okay.
if you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording they have.
Okay.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah, again, this is a Detective Bethel. Sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. Or if you disagree with her, it becomes like a roller coaster.
Sure.
You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview, and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. You remember doing an interview with the FBI then?
I did multiple interviews, so I might
Yeah.
need to see that one, Mr. Tellini.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them, and then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
I may approach. You may.
Okay. Hold on, this says February 9th. It says interview of Albert Stauch, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has a 3.
Okay.
So you're right. So February 9th, so that's my fault.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to blame that on the FBI because on the first page of that interview, they have 3-9. But you're correct. So on
Can we
February,
clarify what the date actually is of the
it
interview?
is, you are correct. It's February
February.
9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
But that point in time, you told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, you should be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days and week, like it's like the kids were left to fend for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not the Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley, so January 28th.
Okay. So this was the interview at
With
the
detec-
sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley.
Okay.
And you were telling him describing how Ms. Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other times they appear to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Ms. Stauch and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Lena, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Landon. I
okay,
apologize.
then,
That's
then I take back what I just said, yeah, can you start over with the
Okay.
Landon, because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon, with your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Ms. Stauch would work together like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Ms. Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated when you talked to the district attorney's investigator that sometimes Ms. Stauch likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take your time, Mr. Trellini.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Ms. Stauch first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry, and that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
Okay, and that was James Lowry. Do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, and I don't want to go into it, but some, not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but
She had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but she,
Well, I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It
Okay.
wasn't, she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period of time.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that she was, well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did, so let me clarify, we did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married, obviously no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that she, and actually for most of your guys' relationship, she'd been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship, I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
when you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley
And her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
and the disappearance of your son?
Yeah, we've already, let's ask your question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or,
First time by yourself.
yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
No, sir. You know, I did indicate that I don't think she had any
Okay.
mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time, telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn, I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Allen?
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Did she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all of those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question.
Yeah.
Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the
Absolutely.
follow the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant than with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You were asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe or something that would have his, it wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado,
Yes, sir.
which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
You remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship, yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs
Yes, sir.
without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just way down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease. And so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th,
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together and find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant change I guess, the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So, which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so, again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard in the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there in fact actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
when she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that a result of?
Oftentimes a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls, that I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Harden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, I always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship, in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tellini told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room, that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant, that is, came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's evening. Let
So
me
the
finish.
third one total?
Yes,
Okay,
let me
that's fine.
finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office, so you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
Yes, sir. I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Sorry.
Actually, yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. I flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees, and got here and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you been a bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but let the jury know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month, and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month.
Okay. And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
Every 2 years.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to March 17th of 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge, rather long. Basically the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
Pensacola, Florida.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean, the Gulf of Mexico?
Several miles. As the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
And I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes, sir.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often, was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge, every 2 years?
Yes, sir. Our department for the state of Florida, we inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office only handles state highways and the interstate.
So it would have been March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on the exact day.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Okay. Is that the only part that covers the river, or does it, when you talk about this marsh area, does a bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes, sir.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge to inspect it? What are you looking for?
Our job as bridge inspectors to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And if it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone, particularly on March 17th, 2020, with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also, we're always on the interstate or on busy roads. So we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic or operating a piece of equipment, if need be, while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? And you indicated you even get in the water and look at the pillars.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir. During that inspection, the particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, close to, it's kind of laying in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there. It was a point of interest when we got down there. We didn't look at it then. We just made a note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Goins.
And so when you first noticed this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
When we first noticed it, to back up prior before getting into the piece of equipment, we also walk across the deck and take soundings at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge of the bridge to the top of the barrier wall. And when we looked over, the suitcase was right next to the edge of a bent where we were taking the measurement. Had it been in the middle of a bent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it. But because of its location, it was right next to where we dropped our profile tape, is what we call it, to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge where the vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge and you see a suitcase directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're on the eastbound lane and we were on the east or the right side of the structure.
And so you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, we'll start at what we call the near end, which for our reference is we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, then yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
And when you start your under bridge inspection, is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no, sir. It wasn't for probably roughly an hour, hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge.
Okay.
And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the the west end, working towards the east.
Okay. And so what happens when you get back to that area where the suitcase is?
Because of the profile and as the bridge, there's the hump in the bridge. When we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore. So we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out, and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we've remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
Okay. And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
We got back to the suitcase, and where it was lying at kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
Okay. So You, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it was very, very marshy and muddy. We, of course, didn't know what was in it, but underneath the bridge where it was at was very flat and sandy. And we kind of like made a decision, let's pull it out of the mud and pull it underneath the bridge where it was flat and sandy, and whatever it was in it, we'll just open it there rather than in the muddy marsh, just sticks and a lot of sticks and stuff there. So we pulled it underneath the bridge.
And what did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I was the first one to unzip it. And before we opened it, as soon as we unzipped it, we immediately noticed the smell. That's what hit us first. I remember looking up at Matt, who's quite a bit taller than me. And I said, Matt, I think there's something dead in here. And unfortunately, we do come across, sometimes somebody will throw out a litter of puppies or something in a bag, and that's not uncommon. And it smelled, but it was so strong. It was different that day. So I didn't initially open it, and we kind of thought about what we were going to do first. When we finally went ahead and unzipped the rest of it, the smell was so overpowering. We kind of took a step back. And the first thing I remember seeing was just 2 little feet, and that had little football socks on them. The best I remember, I remember there being little socks on them. And before anything else happened, we couldn't really make out what it was. Matt dumped the suitcase over, and of course we initially immediately knew it was a body. But after looking at it, it was we couldn't tell male or female, boy or girl. We didn't know. A lot of black hair. And then I turned away.
What was the size of this suitcase? Do you remember?
Roughly size of a checked bag. It wouldn't have been it was too big to be a carry-on, but roughly the size of an older checked bag suitcase.
And was there anything else in the suitcase besides the body?
Lots of blankets. There may have been a pillow or something. I just remember a lot of bedding in there and blankets. It was kind of the body was in a fetal position and partially wrapped up, so we couldn't tell a whole lot until we dumped it out. And again, I turned my head,
What did you do after that?
walked away. I immediately said we went ahead and called the inspection right there. I didn't have my cell phone with me. Matt did at the time. He's a volunteer firefighter, and he's dealt with some of this stuff, and I was very thankful to have him there. We immediately dialed 911 and got them on their way. And then I walked up back to the top of the bridge and talked to our truck operator and told him kind of what was going on, that they were shutting it down, and then just waited for authorities to get there.
Okay. And did members of the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
And did they interview you and Mr. Goins and process that scene as it was theirs?
Yes, sir.
After we talked on the phone a few weeks ago, did you get an email from me of a Google Earth image of this bridge we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself mark a red arrow on that Google image as to where the body was found back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Ponder, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 60 to 69. 61 and 62 are going to be larger. So I'm going to turn these around so you can see them.
Mr. Ponder,
Yes,
if
sir.
you were
Your
looking
Honor.
for a drink of water, there's a water pitcher right there and some cups if you would like some. Be careful when you take the lid off, it comes out fast.
You could just take a moment to look at those photographs and then I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay, have you a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Absolutely.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 60. Is People's Exhibit 60 one of the Google Earth images I sent to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict the Scambia Bridge, River Bridge, as you knew it back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Do all the photographs that I've given you, including the two ones that are on boards here to your left, accurately depict that bridge as it looked like on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 60 through 69.
Defense? Exhibit 60 through 69 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish People's Exhibit 60, which is going to be on that TV behind you and on this TV to my left. While we're doing that, I'm going to do a little. All right, let's look at People's Exhibit 60 here on the TV screen. Is that the Google Earth image we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Could you just describe the bridge as we're looking at it on this television?
In what way, sir?
Well, let's see. If I can approach you already.
You may.
Used to be a pointer up here. We're old school here. So we use these things.
Okay.
Can you just kind of point out the direction of the bridge? If we see the river in this image?
So this is the Scambia River here. Our inspection would start on the west end here and work towards the east. Each of these concrete piers you can see here is what we call vents. And that's where earlier, as I explained, taking the measurements from. So that's each of those that we stopped at is where we take our measurements from, working from the near end or the west, working towards the east end. Also, as I was saying, that from the river forward, this area all here is marsh. It is over here really is also, and actually it's just very inaccessible to, except for there's a little service road here. Doesn't really go anywhere, but there's even some boats and stuff still left out here from previous hurricanes that nobody can get to.
And so I'm assuming that's not a populated area.
No, sir.
Maybe some wildlife.
Probably lots.
Okay. Are there any lights on this bridge?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. A lot of times the channel is lit. There is a fender system there that would have been lit in the evenings, but I can't remember if there's lights. I want to say there is. It's pretty dark out there, and I'm pretty sure there are light poles on there. Actually, now that I come to think of it, because as we use our machine, we have to come up and over each of those, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, actually, I do believe it is lit, sir.
Okay. And as you're driving across this whole area, the marshy area here, if it's at night, would you know whether or not water would be underneath the bridge or not?
If you were unfamiliar with the area, no. I would say somebody who's driving across it that had never driven across it before and didn't know the area, you wouldn't think you were out of the water or over the water until you got back onto the pavement. Where this is a concrete bridge, and you can see where the concrete ends and the pavement begins. You're still actually elevated all the way up to the end of the bridge, elevated off the ground.
And now below that TV there, I put up People's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exhibit that you emailed back to me with the red arrow on there?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what we see in that exhibit using that pointer.
The arrow marks approximately where Matt and I found the suitcase that day. It's a little hard to see in that in the picture. But you can kind of see again where the vents are, the lines in the road, and there's one of the measurements right here. The suitcase was roughly just right over the bridge rail, right at the very edge of the marsh there.
And if we can go to People's Exhibit 62 at this time, or 63, I'm sorry. Okay, now we have People's Exhibit 63 up. I'm going to place People's Exhibit 62 on the easel. What do we see here in People's Exhibit 63?
Just a magnified image of the structure.
Is this, again, an indication that you emailed to me with the red arrow saying where you and Mr. Goins found the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about this concrete area of the particular bridge.
Okay.
Is there an area, what I would refer to as a shoulder area, to park your vehicle if you get stranded on that bridge?
Yes, sir. The shoulder area would be indicated by the white hash marks on the right side of the bridge.
On that call.
If not here, this is there
There
we
we
go.
go.
This is going to be your shoulder. The hash marks here would depict where you would be able to pull off the side of the road. Just barely visible, you can see the center line here. This is a 2-lane bridge. And so there's almost room there for another lane, but that's just what we call a safety lane to be able to pull over and if you were having car troubles.
So plenty of room to park a vehicle there if you need to.
Yes, sir.
And where this arrow is, and I know you may not be precise, but is that the general area where you and Mr. Goins were taking your measurements when you first saw the suitcase looking over the side of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
It was directly below what you called, was it the barrier?
What we would call a bent, and that's basically just the space in between each span where the columns would hold up. Each column is what we call a bent, and it just in between those two is what we call the span.
You can go to People's Exhibit 64 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 64?
A picture appears to be looking on that is taken on the westbound bridge, and that is in the safety lane of the westbound, which would also be though on the far end of that structure. And that picture is looking west. Looking west, sir.
And so can you refer back to People's Exhibit 62 on the board here to your left, on the easel?
Yes, sir.
And just kind of point out which lane to travel we're looking at.
That picture's approximately probably a little higher. This direction. Each of these are what we call the bents. That's
So could you have access to get underneath the eastbound lanes by pulling over in this area and walking under the bridge?
You would have access, but it'd be very difficult to access that area. That's This is also what we call slope protection or rock rubble. And a lot of times those rocks move easily, they slip, they shift. You could walk down there, but you'd have to be very careful.
So looking at this, People's Exhibit 64, can you see the general area where the suitcase may have been from this photograph?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a little further past where we found it. The suitcase would have been further east.
No problem. Let's go to People's Exhibit 65, please. Now, what do we see in People's Exhibit 65?
Where the suitcase was found.
Now, is this where you, Mr. Goins, pulled it out to and emptied the contents?
Yes, sir.
Could you use your pointer and just point out where the suitcase is in this image? So would this photograph be taken from eastbound lanes, excuse me, the westbound lanes, looking back towards,
Yes, sir.
we can go to People's Exhibit 66 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 66?
Again, where the suitcase was opened.
And can you point out the general area of where you and Mr. Goins pulled the suitcase out of?
And this is where the measurement would have been taken. Able to, why we noticed where it was at, because it was right over next to the edge of the,
And just so the record's clear, you said the measurements were taken where we see the pillars for the bridge.
yes, sir.
So you would have been looking down directly off the edge of the bridge where those pillars are.
Yes, sir.
And the suitcase would have been located to the right of the pillars as you're looking down.
Yes, sir.
And about how many feet, again, estimate, did you guys pull that out of that marshy area to its right?
I would say roughly 10 feet, maybe not even that far. It was almost directly below the barrier rail.
And when you moved the suitcase, did it leave an indentation in the ground?
I honestly can't remember. I didn't notice. The part I did notice was the suitcase was at an odd angle. It looks like it had fallen on a corner of the suitcase. It wasn't flat, but it was sitting at an odd angle.
Did you point out to members of the sheriff's department exactly where the suitcase was at when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to take photographs of that area as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 67. What do we see in People's Exhibit 67?
See the bedding and the open suitcase.
Could you point out the bedding? And was the body wrapped around this bedding?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you left it when you went to go call 911?
Yes, sir.
We go to People's Exhibit 68, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 68?
Just on the edge of the marsh line.
Is this area consistent where the suitcase may have been when you and Mr. Goins pulled it out?
Yes, sir.
And go to 69. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Just again, right there where the suitcase was found. And you can see, and I don't know how long it had been there, but the bushes and stuff are pushed to the side.
Just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Ponder.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant in this case. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions. When you were doing the bridge inspection, did you have any kind of machine, like a cherry picker, or I don't know what you would call it, a cherry picker that would kind of reach under the bridge so you could do a visual examination of the underside of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all using that device yet when you discovered the body, or were you doing the soundings and then going to come back and do work with equipment and the?
We
the cherry picker?
were performing the soundings first, the profile,
Okay.
and then come back with the what we call a snooper or an underbridge inspection machine.
Okay. And the soundings, you're just going along, walking along the edge of the bridge and dropping a line and seeing what the length of it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would take that sounding measurement at each pier
Yes, sir.
of the bridge? Does some of the areas where it looks like the bridge is elevated, I guess by definition a bridge is elevated, but is that because the river will sometimes flood up and that will be actually, instead of land or ground, it'll be flood water underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that happen every year, or is that like 100-year flood, 50-year flood, something that happens every spring or summer, or just
It
depends on the weather?
depends on the weather, how much rain we've had. That area also, pictures are gone, but there's several boats in there. That area, it's a tendency to flood during, obviously during hurricanes, and also during tides. That area is all tidal.
Mhm.
So during high tides, it has a tendency for the water to be higher or lower at different times of the year.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 60, that was on the board, it looked like on the other side of the river from where the body and the suitcase were found, it looks like there's a smaller river or tributary of the Escambia River.
Are you talking about the north side of the bridge there?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that looks like maybe it's a marina or a boat launch or something there? It doesn't have it on that one. May I approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may, sure.
So, yeah, it's not very clear here, but it was very clear on the latch thing. Is there a marina or settlement or something like that there?
It is a marina, sir. I was unclear where you were talking about that.
I'm sorry. That's why I approached. Is that a permanent marina where people keep their boats all the time?
Yes, sir. It's just a small tributary that runs back up. I don't believe it goes to the north just a little bit. There's a little marina on that side of the bridge as well. There's actually a marina on both sides, the north
Okay.
and south side of the bridge.
So just on the other side of the bridge from where the suitcase was found, there's settlement, there's, two marinas, there's stuff going on, presumably lights and civilization, for lack of a better word.
I'm sure the marina's lit up at night. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had mentioned the suitcase was very heavy and seemed waterlogged. This date back in March of 2020, I think March 17th of 2020, you testified to. Had there been flooding under the bridge in the weeks preceding the discovery of the suitcase?
I'm not for sure, sir.
Not for sure. Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Ponder? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room and ready to go at, say, 3:10, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Okay. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before our next witness prosecution?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, all right. We'll be back at 3:10.
What time, Your Honor? I have to run to DST.
3:10?
3:10. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Well, just,
I was sweating when he did that.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I tried that.
This is in the trash.
Youngkin will be here at 3:30. So.
We need to get Parker.
Well,
What about Hess?
yeah, we can get Hess.
You may all be seated. Oh, it's already going. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing by the people.
Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. I thought, yeah, you already did that. Did it work?
Well,
Does it rotate?
No.
No, I mean, it does go up and down. Okay, we'll see. Probably a little better. Yeah,
yeah.
that's okay. Well, we can't do that, and I don't want to, because there's too much risk of getting a juror's case. And then you have the tripping hazard. So we're not going to do that. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We would call Jason Yoder to the stand.
Mr. Yoder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. In prosecution, it looks like there are still some exhibits on the witness stand. I didn't know if you were planning on using
They're
them.
the ones for him, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Yoder. How are you doing?
All right, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Jason Yoder, Yoder.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a criminal investigator
For what
with the
agency?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office currently.
And where is Escambia County?
It's borders Florida and Alabama line.
Florida?
It's in Alabama, but it borders the Florida line.
So parts of Florida in it, parts of Alabama?
Yes, it's just kind of split.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Florida and Alabama must get along quite well to share a county like that.
Well, sometimes.
What was your occupation back in March of 2020?
I was a major crimes detective with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office
And is that the county right across the river from Escambia County?
from Escambia, Florida. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so does the Escambia Bridge kind of connect those two counties?
Yes, sir, it does.
What was your role back on March 17th of 2020 when you were with the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, part of our division.
And did you get called out during that day on March 17, 2020 to the Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the basis for your call out?
Bridge inspectors with the Florida Department of Transportation uncovered a body out of a suitcase underneath the bridge.
And what kind of details did you get before you, I'm assuming you eventually went out to that bridge?
Yes, sir.
What details did you get prior to going out to the bridge?
Not a lot. It's just the bridge workers had opened a suitcase and found what they believed to be a body inside the suitcase.
And were you assigned to be the lead detective in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got out to the bridge?
Called our crime scene unit. Our crime scene unit began to process the scene. I observed them do their thing, coordinated with other detectives doing different interviews.
When you got out to the bridge, did you observe a body?
Yes, sir.
Please describe what you saw when you got out there.
When I arrived, there was a suitcase on the ground, opened, what appeared to be a human body, like it was rolled out of the suitcase, covered with bedding, and a pillow was inside it as well.
And were members of your agency interviewing these bridge inspectors who had found the suitcase and the body?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of information did you have going into that?
Just that they were doing a routine check of the bridge. They discovered a suitcase in the wood line, drug it up under the bridge, opened it, and discovered the body inside the suitcase.
And did they point out the location where the suitcase was when they first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And did members of your sheriff department take photographs of those areas?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when you got there, could you see an impression in the marsh area where the suitcase may have been for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
And was it consistent with the size and shape of the suitcase as you saw it?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to the bridge, where was this indentation where the suitcase was at, where the bridge inspectors had found it?
I don't really know exactly how far, but it was off in the wood line away from the bridge.
To your left, there's People's Exhibit 61, which is on the ESO there. It's actually it's not those photographs in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just right here. You look.
Well, there you go. I'm sorry.
You see that red arrow right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the general area of where this indentation was in the marshy area where the bridge inspector said the suitcase was found?
Yes, sir.
And are those the eastbound or westbound lanes?
This lane here is eastbound.
And so the river we see there, would that be west of that location?
Yes, sir.
And is the city of Pensacola on the other side of that river on the west side?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Are you familiar with the Candlewood Suites Hotel that's in Pensacola?
I know about where it's at. I'm not sure exactly where it's at.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 221. And ask if you recognize it. Let's hold it.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a layover map, the river, Highway 90. I believe that's scenic highway that runs down with the hotel there, ported out.
Is that the Candlewood Suites Hotel that I alluded to?
Yes, sir.
And does it also have a red dot as to where the suitcase was located?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that area as it looked back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 221.
Okay.
221 will be admitted.
Place this up on the ESO and ask you a couple questions about it. Drop the other one first. And there's a pointer just behind it. See that?
Sir.
Could you go ahead and point out where the bridge is and the indicator where the suitcase was found? And the general area of the city of Pensacola?
Starts really after the bridge. Parts of it.
And the Candlewood Suites Hotel?
Yes, sir. It's all, Pensacola city limits.
And is there a direct route to that bridge from the Candlewood Suites Hotel?
Yes, sir. Come down Highway 90, and off of Scenic Highway, I believe that's what that route. Take you right to it.
You got to speak a little louder. I'm sorry, Mr. Yoder.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Highway 90.
Huh?
And I believe this is going to be Scenic Highway, if I'm not mistaken, and Scenic Highway should run to the hotel.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Just
You may.
Did you make any attempts to identify the body of the young boy that was found in the suitcase?
After we left the scene, yes, sir.
What did you do?
After we left, we went back to our office, started doing a regional and state search for missing children. Never found anything statewide or region-wide. One of the people in our office brought a flyer to my attention from Colorado. He had some of the same features such as dental features, height, weight, seemed to be pretty close, but we didn't have anything confirmed at that time.
So you had a missing persons flyer? Is that what you're?
Yes, sir.
And was this in some sort of database or?
From the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And at that time, did you know that this was a child that was found in the suitcase?
Yes, we had a pretty good idea it was a child. We didn't know for certain, but it was pretty good indication.
And what was that based on?
Clothing, size.
And was there anything particular with this particular child that had you look at the missing persons database, and particularly the information you talked about from Colorado?
As far as features on,
Yes.
okay, so the thing that stuck out to us was dental features mostly.
Okay.
I had two large front teeth and a rather large gap between those two front teeth.
And did you make efforts to contact anyone in Colorado with regards to that?
The following day we did.
Tell us about that.
We attended the autopsy on the following day. I took the flyer with me with the photo of Gannon on it. The autopsy personnel cleaned the body. They took his clothes off, cleaned him up real good. It started becoming a little bit more noticeable that this might be this child.
Okay. And were you aware whether or not they eventually were able to positively identify this body as Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
There's a series of photographs there in front of you. It's People's Exhibit 70 through 76. If you could take a moment and look at those for me. And we'll start with People's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that photograph of?
It's a photo, I think it's taken from the ground to the top of the bridge.
And does that photograph show looking from the general area where the suitcase was discovered from the bridge workers up to where the bridge is,
Yes, sir.
overlooking the barrier?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does that actually depict that area as it looked back on March 17, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 70.
No objection. Exhibit 70 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
This is the bedding that was located in the suitcase along with the body of Gannon.
And does that look, or does it actually depict what you saw out at the scene on March 17, 2020, when you got out to the scene and the body of Gannon Stauch was there next to the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 71.
No objection. 71 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What is People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the flyer as you saw it back on March 17, 2020, when you were looking in the database or trying to discover who the body was at that point?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Exhibit 72.
Exhibit 72 will be admitted.
Were you also present at autopsy on March 18, 2020, when the blankets and pillow were photographed from the suitcase that was recovered from the bridge?
Yes, sir.
And I'll start with People's Exhibit 73. What is People's Exhibit 73?
This is part of the bedding and the blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
74?
Another piece of bedding that was also located in the suitcase.
And 75?
This was the pillow that was located inside the suitcase.
And 76?
Another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
And does People's Exhibit 73 through 76, do they accurately depict those items as they looked on March 18, 2020 at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 73 through 76.
No objection. Exhibit 73, 74, 75, and 76 will be admitted.
If we can start with People's Exhibit 70, request to publish. We see People's Exhibit 70 there?
Sir.
I'm going to place 61 back up on the ESO. In People's Exhibit 70, and red arrow we see on People's Exhibit 61, would this be looking directly up at the bridge from where the suitcase was discovered?
Yes, sir.
And is that the barrier we're talking about that kind of protects the side of the bridge there?
Yes, sir.
From what we see here, would it be consistent with a suitcase coming over the side of that bridge where the suitcase ended up?
Yes, sir.
We can go, we're going to go to People's Exhibit 72 now. I'm sorry, 71. What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
The bedding and the body that was located inside the suitcase.
And is that the Gannon Stauch that you referred to earlier?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to talk about the clothes that he has on. Were those clothes retrieved at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And are those, what are those? The pants? Let's start with.
Oh, they look like kind of like jogging pants. It's like an athletic top and some socks with footballs on them.
And the jogging pants that you referred to, do they have a stripe that goes down the side of them?
Yes, sir.
And is this the bedding that you referred to that was also in the suitcase?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. If we can go to People's Exhibit 72, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention in an attempt to identify this body that we had.
And you made reference to dental observations.
Yes, sir.
Could you talk about that?
A noticeable gap in a rather large two front teeth. They're noted in these pictures, matched up with the body that we had under the bridge.
And you talked about contacting people in Colorado. Do you contact people with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. It was the sheriff's office.
And did you let them know that you found a body out in Florida on March 17?
Yes, sir. We explained to them, kind of described what we found, like the blankets and the body, stuff like that. Thought this might be Gannon. And then we went from there.
And then is that when efforts were made to positively identify him?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 73, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 73?
This is one of the blankets that was located inside the suitcase.
And Did you eventually make reference to these blankets and the pillow and things like that to the members of the Sheriff's Department in El Paso County? And was this evidence eventually transferred back to here, El Paso County?
Yes, sir, it was.
We go to 74 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 74?
Also another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
Would this be the other side of what we saw in People's Exhibit 74?
Sorry, yes, you are correct. Yes, sir.
So it's one blanket, two sides.
Two
right?
sides, right, correct.
How about People's Exhibit 75?
This is the pillow that was found inside the suitcase.
And were you present when this pillow was x-rayed?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. What was located inside this pillow? Do you recall?
2 projectiles, 2 bullet fragments.
People's Exhibit 76. What do we see in People's Exhibit 76?
The other blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
And do you know how Gannon's body was transferred to the coroner's office?
It was through their medical personnel and their vehicles and their equipment.
But the Gannon Stauch that you saw under the bridge was the same Gannon Stauch that was in autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Kind of looking at this. So Pensacola is kind of right on the border of Florida and Alabama, correct?
No, sir.
Where's it at? Where is it? It's in the panhandle of Florida?
Mm-hmm. It's in the panhandle, but it's not, it's probably an hour and a half from the border. I don't know
Oh,
how
okay.
close you're talking about.
Okay. All right. And it's a beach community.
Yes, sir.
This bridge that the suitcase was found under, it's a bridge over what?
Where the suitcase was found, it's nothing, but the bridge itself covers Escambia River Bridge.
And how big a bridge is that?
Guesstimate 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. And just estimate, how big is that, the Escambia River? How wide across?
Wide,
From one bank to the other?
200-300 yards, guesstimation.
And so there's dry area on each side, like bridge covers some dry area, then the river, dry area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just looking at that, is that the biggest bridge in Pensacola?
No, sir.
There's a lot of bigger bridges there,
Yes,
aren't there?
sir.
In fact, looks like there's Bridge 98, Highway 98.
Yes, there's the one on Highway 98.
What does Highway 98 go over?
It's over the bay.
Over the bay. How long of a bridge is Highway 98?
I wouldn't have any idea.
A lot longer bridge though?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 times longer?
It's probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles, maybe.
Okay. And that goes over the bay, like
Yes, sir.
this is the Gulf of Mexico and then goes into that bay, correct? How deep is that bay?
Depends on where you're at.
In the middle. Say if I was to throw something off the middle of that bridge, how deep would that bay be?
15 feet,
Okay.
15, 20 feet, guesstimate.
How deep is the river?
Probably 25, 30.
Okay. And then looks like another, what about Highway 10? How long is that bridge?
I-10's probably the same, 2-3 miles long.
Okay, and going over the same bay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is there are much longer bridges over much bigger bodies of water other than that bridge located near there. You would
Oh,
agree
yes,
with that?
sir. Absolutely.
Okay. I also noticed, did you take DNA from anybody?
Did I take it?
Yes.
No,
Or do you
sir,
know
I
if DNA was taken?
It was taken. Yes, sir.
It was taken from Mr. Ponder and Mr. Goings?
I believe so. Swabs were taken from both of those gentlemen.
You know why?
Just to make sure that they wasn't the ones that was fooling around with
Okay. And,
suitcase.
well, and also it'd be so if DNA tests were run to figure out who may have put that person in that suitcase,
Correct.
that would be able to eliminate those two people.
Sure.
And so as part of a police procedure, you want to take DNA from if you're trying to zero in on one person, you'd want to take DNA from other people who could possibly contribute to that to be able to zero in on one person specifically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Prosecution, redirect.
I want to talk about this Escambia River Bridge. You're quite familiar with that bridge?
Yes, sir.
You travel that quite frequently?
Yes, sir.
Any lights on that bridge?
No, sir.
Pretty dark at night?
It is.
And is there room, particularly where this suitcase was found, to park a vehicle?
There, both of the lanes are two lanes on each way. There's also in like an emergency pull-off lane on the side of the bridge, so flat tires or whatever. That's the only place that you could pull over without getting ran over on that bridge.
And these other bridges that council alluded to, are they heavily traffic bridges?
Yes, sir, they are.
I-10,
Yes, sir.
is that a spot where you could park and dump a suitcase at the bridge?
It has the same pullover lanes as the rest of them do, yes, sir.
But there might be more traffic in the Escambia River Bridge?
Depends on time of year. The time of day, time of year.
What about 4 o'clock in the morning on February 4th, 2020?
Probably not a lot of traffic, I wouldn't guess.
Would there be any traffic on the Escambia River Bridge at that time?
Probably very minimal.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Yoder? No? All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
No, thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Nicholas Berklich.
Last name again?
Berklich.
Okay. Mr. Berkowitz, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good
Hello, ma'am.
afternoon. Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And generally, what's the nature of your role with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a major crimes detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
A little over 18 years now.
And in January into 2020, what was the nature of your role with the Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I had just joined the major crimes unit, probably about 3-4 months prior.
And as it relates to the nature of your work on the case that you're here before today, was part of your role assisting in the collection of various items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And in the collection of those various items of evidence, are you responsible for logging them in or processing them in some way?
Yes, once they get collected, we either put it into temporary storage at the evidence facility, or we go ahead and process it in, depending upon what else is happening.
And do you recall processing particular items of evidence as it relates to items from Gann and Stauch?
Yes, ma'am.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 182 and 183.
Go ahead.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 182 and 183. Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you generally recognize what they are?
From the description, yes.
Okay. And based on the description and the processing of how you process evidence, can you explain to the jury how a description is associated with an envelope, for example?
There's a program that we have that we use for processing the evidence in. You type in the name of the item and then a brief description of what it may be. Then it automatically generates a number for us.
Okay. And in conjunction with those particular items, People's Exhibit 182 and 183, were you part of the processing or collection or logging into evidence of those particular items?
Yes, I was.
And if you would, there are some gloves next to you and scissors. And I'll ask you to open up to start People's Exhibit 182, leave the item in the envelope so that you have an opportunity to look at it and identify it.
Leave it in the envelope?
Yes,
Okay.
for now.
And that was, you said 182?
Yes, sir. And now in looking in the envelope that's been marked as People's Exhibit 182, are you generally able to recognize the item inside as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a toothbrush that was inside a holder that was brought to us.
Okay. And based on the last time you recall seeing it, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be the same, ma'am. I don't see anything that stands out.
Now you just held up the envelope. There's various colors of tape on the envelope. Does that indicate to you, or what does that indicate to you, I should say?
It tells the red tape is the tape that I put on it. This blue tape is tape that somebody else has opened the package for whatever reason and has resealed it.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the people have moved to admit People's Exhibit 182.
Defense? Exhibit 182 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, if you could take a moment to take out People's Exhibit 182 and show it to the jury.
Do I need to take the cap off?
No, that's all right.
Okay.
You can put it back in the envelope. In terms of People's Exhibit 183, I will ask you to do the same procedure. If you want to switch out your gloves, you can do that as well if you'd like.
Switch mount?
Mhm. And while you're doing that, for People's Exhibit 183, does it appear to have the same type of colored tape as People's Exhibit 182 had?
The red tape, yes, but not the blue.
Okay. And is the red tape something that you placed there?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. And if you would take a moment to open up People's Exhibit 183, look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize that?
Yes.
And would you say it's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 183.
Mr. Cook?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 183 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And if you would also take that item out and show it to the jury. Now, in conjunction with your collection and logging of this particular item of evidence, were you assisting other law enforcement officers that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the information was relayed to you, who do those particular items belong to? People's Exhibit 182 and 183.
I was told that they belong to Gannon Stauch.
In conjunction with your work on the case, you were also present at a residence as well. Is that right?
At where?
At a residence, at Gannon's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the address of that location?
I believe it was 6650 Mandan Drive,
Okay.
but I know it was Mandan Drive.
The 6627 sound about right?
We were at a lot of houses on that street.
Okay. While you were present on scene, you assisted other members of law enforcement, including the Metro Crime Lab, while on scene at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, were you also assisting in the collection of items of evidence there?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 186 through 190.
Go ahead.
Have the copies. 186 through 190. Recognize People's Exhibits 186 through 190. Take a moment to look through them.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And do you generally recognize those exhibits?
Pardon me?
Do you generally recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were articles, items that were pointed out to us by Mr. Stauch that he found in the dishwasher. They're scrub brushes, scissors. The brushes appeared to have some type of carpet material or something on it.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw and observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of People Exhibits 186 through 190.
Mr. Cook?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 186 through 190 will be admitted.
And you're under permission to publish.
You may.
And if you will like, if you take a moment to look behind you, we have a pointer there if you want to use it. By perhaps.
No, it's in front of you. It's got the red handle on it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Having a rough time.
All right. Now you'd mentioned that Mr. Stauch had identified for you and other law enforcement officers that day various items of evidence. Can you point out here in People's Exhibit 186 some of those items?
We had a brush here. This brush have the handle of a brush here, and this brush, and I cannot see the scissors in this picture.
We'll move on to People's Exhibit 187. And here, that might be a better look.
These are close-ups of the last photo.
The brushes that you were explaining?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 188. And here, what are we seeing here?
This is what appeared to possibly be a strand of carpet or something that was on the brush.
People's Exhibit 189. And here?
Again, strand of whatever type of material that is. And then we have 2 pairs of scissors there.
190.
Those are just close-ups of the other brushes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked with People's Exhibits 191, 92, 193, and 194.
So 191 through 194.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Take a moment to review People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193 now.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize those?
From the type description, yes.
Okay. Now you'd mentioned before that part of the processing includes creating labels with descriptions on them.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with People's Exhibit 191. What does that appear to be to you based on your handling of that item?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Based on your handling of that item, what does that appear to be to you?
A Brillo scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 192.
That is the blue handle, blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193.
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And we spoke previously about tape and tape that is used on each of those exhibits. The tape used that you personally placed there?
I did not package these. The detective that collected the items actually did the packaging of them.
And when you were present at the residence that day, you viewed each of these items as we see in the previous photos that were shown to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on the descriptions of People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193, do those appear to be the similar type of items that were photographed that you went over with the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. People's Exhibit 191, for example, is what particular item is that?
That is the Brillo scrub brush.
People's Exhibit 192, based on the description there, what is that?
That is the blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193, based on the description, what is that?
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And based on the nature of the packaging, were you present with other law enforcement officers when those items were packaged, for example?
I do not believe I was present when they packaged them, no.
But you were present for the collection of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll ask you to cut open People's Exhibit 191.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize what's inside of that bag? People's
Yes.
Exhibit 191?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it on the day it was collected?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 191.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 191 will be admitted.
I'll ask you to do the same with People's Exhibit 192.
With 192?
Yes. And do you recognize what's inside the bag marked as People's Exhibit 192?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you observed it being collected that day?
I do not recall seeing, it looks like there's writing on the handle. I do not recall seeing that when it was collected.
Aside from the writing being present now, otherwise, is it otherwise appear to be the same
Yes.
object?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of people, Exhibit 192.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 192 will be admitted.
And the same with 190.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be something that you recognize as being collected that day?
Yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 193.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 193 will be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
In addition to a collection of various brushes that you've looked at, do you recognize Exhibit 194?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's marked as being a empty vinegar bottle that was collected out of the trash can.
Okay. And when you were present, did you see that particular item while you were present at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also take a moment to cut into People's Exhibit 194? And again, do you recognize that? What's
Yes,
inside
ma'am.
the bag?
Yeah.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would also move for the admission of People's Exhibit 194.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 194 will be admitted. Go ahead.
After collection of these various items that are tedious to open, but what is your role in handling or passing off these particular items to other members of law enforcement?
Typically, the detective that collects it will take it to the evidence facility. Sometimes depending upon if somebody else is going there, they'll hand the package off and that person will take it to the facility and put it in temporary storage. And then later on that day, next day, the detective that collected the items will go down and process the items they collected and put that into the facility.
And at that point, may they be available to other members of law enforcement for testing purposes, et cetera?
Would they be?
Yes.
They could be removed from, they could be signed out from evidence and there would be a chain of custody that is kept.
As part of this case, you were also present for the collection of other types of evidence, and specifically swabs. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You're under permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
You may, go ahead.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize People's Exhibit 184?
They were buccal swabs that were taken from Mr. Stauch and Miss Stauch.
And just
Or Miss- Hyatt, I'm sorry.
specifically 184, what swabs are those identified as belonging to?
These are from Mr. Stauch,
And People's Exhibit 185.
are from Landon Hyatt.
And in terms of the collection of those swabs, were you present when those were collected?
Yes, I was.
And did you observe them being collected?
I actually took the swabs.
All right. And we see there appears to be some tape on there as well, those particular envelopes.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of your processing of that, is that tape that you placed there?
The red tape is, yes.
And
No,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not package these. I handed those off to, after putting them in the package, I handed those off to Deputy Montville, and she's actually the one that sealed the envelopes.
Now, in terms of, we mentioned some words that maybe not everyone is familiar with, but what is a buccal swab?
It's a DNA swab that's taken from the mouth, saliva. We just use a long Q-tip and rub it around the inside of your mouth, your cheeks, and just collect the saliva.
Okay. And what is in People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what specifically is that inside each of those envelopes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is specifically in People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
It's a package that contains two of those Q-tips, and you run them both at the same time.
And as the packaging appears to you, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed that?
I would have to open it up to see those packages, ma'am.
You can go ahead and do that, yeah.
Sure. That one does appear to be the same.
And just for the purposes of the record, are you specifically referring to People's Exhibit 184?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
And yes, on 185, they appear to be the same.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibits 184 and 85 will be admitted.
In addition to the collection of those buccal swabs, were you also called to respond to the residents for the collection of a particular item that belonged to Gannon, a switch? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Do you recall exactly when you responded that day?
I believe it was the morning of February 29th, 2020.
And who did you receive particular items from? Who provided them to you?
Mr. Stauch.
And did he indicate, well, let's take a step back. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 195, 196, 712.
Go ahead.
Ask you to look at People's Exhibits 195 and 196. I know it's getting packed up here. I'm gonna set this one right here for you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's blocking the camera. You recognize People's Exhibit 195 and 196?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
There are photos of the case and the stitch, the switch. I believe it's a Nintendo game.
And are those photographs very accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 195 and 196. Thank you.
Mr. Cook,
Objection, Judge.
Exhibit 195 and 196 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
So behind you, we have People's Exhibit 195. You mentioned a switch. What are we looking at specifically here in People's Exhibit 195?
This is the case the carrying case.
Okay. And in People's Exhibit 196?
And that's the actual switch inside the case.
And now before you is People's Exhibit 712, I believe.
Yes.
Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that and look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the description that was typed up for the item that was collected.
And similar to the other items, what was your involvement in the processing of this particular item?
This particular item, I was called by my sergeant to go out and collect. So I went out there that day and collected this, and then I took it to evidence myself and packaged it.
And in terms of the packaging process, did you also create the label for this particular item?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And does the description also indicate to you what it is?
Yes, it does.
And we see some red tape that is on People's Exhibit 712. Is that tape placed by you?
The red tape up here is placed by me. I do not recognize the tape down below.
Okay. And I will ask you to do the same thing, which is, can you please cut into and look at and inspect what is inside the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And in looking inside the bag, would you say that's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled and packaged that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 712.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 712 will be admitted. Go ahead.
The general scope of your role in this case, in addition to collecting various items of evidence, was that more or less the scope of what you did in this case?
Yes, I was basically a support detective. If there were leads that needed to be handed out and you're available, you get a lead and you go work that for the lead detective.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just a few questions for you. Did you actually watch the swabbing of the cheeks of Gannon's mother and father?
I actually did them, sir.
You did the swabbing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the packet or the kit that is used during the collection of these?
As I said, it's just the one package with the two Q-tips in it. So yes, I did have those with me.
Okay. Who else was in the room with you when who else was in the room with you when you were doing Landon?
I do not recall anybody being in there. It may have been Detective Montville, but I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And was anybody else in the room with you when you did Mr. Stauch, Al Stauch?
Again, I don't recall if anybody was in there with me.
Okay. And when you're collecting the cheek swabs, I mean, you're not necessarily collecting the saliva, you're collecting the cheek cells, the epithelial cells that are shed in the cheek.
Pretty much whatever the Q-tip picks up is what's being collected.
Okay. Did anybody swab Harley Hunt, who's been identified as Letecia Stauch's daughter?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. So it could have been done, you just don't know
Correct.
whether this was done or not.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you collected a few other items, took some photos, got a Nintendo Switch, and that was about it in this case, what you've talked to here?
Yes, sir.
You did also, on the 28th of January, conduct an interview with Landon Hyatt, who was Gannon's mother.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did that take place, that interview?
That took place at my office, the sheriff's office, I should say.
Right across the street
Second,
from
right
the
across the
courthouse?
street.
Okay.
Second floor in one of the interview rooms, which is audio video recorded.
Okay. How long did that interview last?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
Audio tape, videotape, everything?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gratiano, redirect.
No, redirect, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? Nope. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Literally on the elevator, Your Honor, on his way here.
Okay.
So
Well, let's actually take about let's do a stand and stretch, a seventh inning stretch kind of thing while we're waiting for the next witness. That's a good idea. Also give Ms. Gratiano time to clean the witness stand off.
Sorry,
I said it'll give you some time to clear the witness stand off.
that's what I figured. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
since 2006.
And generally, can you explain for the jury what your role is at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the Patrol Division.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I was a patrol deputy.
And as a patrol deputy, can you explain what some of your responsibilities are? What kind of things that you handle on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, responding to calls for service, investigating patrol-related crimes, interdicting criminal activity, traffic enforcement.
Okay. And on January 27th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
Yes,
Did you receive a call for service related to this case?
yes.
Approximately what time did you receive a call for service, or what time that call for service came through?
I responded at 10:09 p.m.
Okay. Can you explain a triage process that may occur for calls of service? How does that work?
Well, calls for service are based on basically a priority status, as if somebody is in danger or something like that. So those calls take higher priority than calls where somebody's not in danger, what we would call a cold call. So runaways are typically given a non-emergent status.
Okay. You mentioned runaways. So what was the specific nature of the call for service that you responded to on January 27th of 2020?
The call I responded to was a runaway juvenile,
Okay. And what location did you respond to for that call?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Okay. And when you arrived at that location, did you respond with any other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
When I got on scene, Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue were on scene already.
And when you responded to the location, who did you initially make contact with?
Deputy Parker.
Okay. Based on your contact with Deputy Parker, how did you approach the residents? Who did you contact?
I asked Deputy Parker if the residence had been searched to see if the juvenile was hiding, and he indicated it had not.
Okay. When you respond and you're on duty, is there any way that you have to document or record your activities?
Yes, I was equipped with a body-worn camera.
Okay. And can you point out for the jury where that body-worn camera is?
Yes, it's mounted right here on my chest.
Can you explain for the jury how that body-worn camera, how it works?
It's activated with a Bluetooth remote system where I press a button and it starts recording. So when I got on scene that day, I started recording pretty much when I got on scene. And then it's deactivated by the same button to turn it off, basically.
Okay. And in terms of audio and visual, what does it record?
It records both audio and visual. However, it's mounted securely on the chest, so it only sees forward. So if my head or something turns, it won't see that. My body actually has to turn for the camera to see something.
Okay. And as it relates to entering the residence, what was your primary responsibility when you arrived on scene?
So I was a secondary responder. So the two primary deputies were conducting an interview on scene. So after I determined that the residence had not been searched for the juvenile, I asked Deputy Parker. After I asked Deputy Parker got consent to search the residence. So I began to search the residence for the juvenile.
Okay. And to be clear, the consent to search the residence was for what in particular?
To find a hiding child.
Okay.
Basically.
When you arrived at that location that day, was your body-worn camera working?
Yes, it was.
It was operational?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 210.
You may, go ahead.
Do you recognize what I'm handing you, People's Exhibit 210?
Yes, that's a disc with my initials containing my body-worn camera footage.
Okay. And did you not have an opportunity to review the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera when you responded on scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 210.
Defense? Exhibit 210 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Sorry? Oh, yes, go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
Me?
I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it. I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working, and it was something. I know, it was something that we were just like,
Did he take his bike?
no.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting a bike.
Okay.
And rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner.
Blue,
And he never
black.
called. They thought he was at his
Black.
friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
he just started sleeping, so
We,
they were going
we
to pick
had
him
him
up down the
on
road.
one.
And he was never there.
There's
and he never
a
went to his
picture
friend's
someone
house.
sent. He was on,
Okay.
and he was freaking the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Because kids, they hide. And
Thank you.
They can hide for hours.
Yeah, no, we've already checked the camp, like the.
Is there any other kids here?
Yeah, there's kids here. I say kids here. There's my sister, 2 dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's definitely he was out there for big run and blah blah blah.
So, he's telling me a timeline. I know you said that you were already going to get to 6.
Yeah, so it was.
Let me go back here. You went down there.
Okay, so. Side, like all those things. So.
Forget.
Yeah.
So, he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened?
Said no one. He said he had already talked to my husband about being on prescription. So he said he was going to his friend's house.
So what time did you left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
So he.
And he's free, like, my husband's like more free than I am with the situation. I kind of always like, who's actually going through unit? I remember that's how I was with her. But like, he's like, they can ride bikes, everyone together type thing. So, yeah, so all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we do. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was like wrong. Did I bring my thing in here? I think it might be in there. Can you get her? Sir, I think it might be in my car, so whenever you're.
What might be in your car?
Okay, he wants my ID.
Oh, okay. Was this the car you guys had with you today?
You what?
Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What do you mean with me today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did
It's
not drive this car.
today.
Okay, all right. Has he ever hit in anything like this before?
No, this is. No. Oh, okay. So I'm like, okay. Yeah. August 1st, next meeting.
Initial or name for out of states.
Is there anybody down here?
The other dog. Yeah, no, just no.
No one.
We know it is down there.
Okay.
It's my maiden name. So it's Arden, ARDN. Yeah.
Email, last name spelling, Sam Edward Ida, or Edward Robert Song, first name spelling, hired. Try Edward, Edward, Charles. I don't know if it's.
Did you put mine clear valid?
Sorry, well, it's gonna be 101-275370, South Carolina.
One kind of plate. Ocean Zebra Blake, 385. Good night, Ocean Zebra Blake, 385, clear to white 717, facility registered to Danny Trent, 2805 North Arcadia, as the break expiration 920.
He wasn't in here this week. That stuff is down there, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I show him about stuff? I just didn't want to step on the cutter, the box thing. I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I didn't know if I had that box cutter and all that stuff in there, because I told him about, he dropped the candle last night.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure. I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even going to tell Dad. And I was going to figure out a way to put this in there from the situation. But
At least you got a carpet. Yeah,
right. I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that. But
Does he have any friends around here?
there is let me look on this thing. He did have this one like boat thing.
It's where you're supposed to be at down the road.
Did they check that already?
They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we haven't seen him at all.
Okay.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to
Yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were at the door with the bike.
Okay.
They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah, so
Any friends?
he did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know see it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade and like you got your like really mature kind of boys, but then waiting he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that,
Still kid.
yeah.
So no clothes are missing or nothing?
No, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for like every day at school we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is his jacket gone?
He had he has several jackets. Like it depends on, I'm very like fashion. So like it just depends on jackets. Like he might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So he had a jacket.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes and he just, he has all that stuff. So. And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things. Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and.
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
500 from it.
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to the friends. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells me yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
So there could be some friends that you don't know.
Right, because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast.
Mhm.
So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did. And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it. And so,
Well, how about your husband? Does he talk to these people?
yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
Is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling,
Mhm.
and we don't know who that one is. That's the one we don't know
Do you guys have a name for that person?
because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. My husband said when he talked to him today that there was no specific name but he didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So.
And he took his game console down.
Yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
And one of them's gone.
Switch Lite. They have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them is gone. It was in a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see he's got something right here and it's far down.
Which picture is this?
So some lady online had noticed it, messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description. And she was like, was that him? And I was like, yes.
Where was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in the
Yes, in Lawson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lawson Ranch page. And so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they caught it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me. But as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alerts lists and I weren't going to
Just look at this one's at the door.
Huh?
It's at the door.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatcher already, but can you give us a description of him from
Yeah, so
hair color, eye color, any article?
yeah, so brown, brown, very pale, whitish color skin.
I guess he's at this house that they don't.
And then
And the parents may not know.
and then
Well, they said that
410.
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about
90?
bath salts, and hey, if you
And then I
if
sent
I
you that
can get some
picture.
bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something at their house.
He sent that to his dad.
Yeah, I got it. And then Mom goes through everything, finds oh, let's say this Parker. Yeah. I know that. Yes.
Yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Who was it?
I don't know.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Michelle Avenue.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
think you're living in.
I just didn't want any
There's-
people, neighbors, popping in. Yeah. So he would have been.
What clothes was he wearing?
Blue jacket, blue jeans.
And console that he left with, so it's probably in his house right now, playing games.
That's what me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we think that, and we've calmed our stress level down after our 4-hour wait over that.
Like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a sweatshirt, windbreaker?
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, kind of like a little windbreaker type. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Is there anything distinguishing?
Okay, perfect, yeah.
Does he wear?
I'm mid, so I'll be on the line.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like I'm
stuff.
gonna
There
end
was
up,
something.
I'm gonna end up asking a whole lot of the same questions that dispatch asks.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Oh, just on Roy Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, they said security.
Because there was a game or something tonight, and so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something. But
He said there was Parks and Rec going on. So
Smith.
yeah. What?
It was the off duty.
no,
Oh, okay.
he said somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Does he have a dentist he goes to?
If you guys want to call my husband,
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We'll follow up because
I
might have a little bit more information. Yeah.
I don't do a lot of the.
Okay.
He does all that.
How long has he been over there stationed?
He's not. He's stationed here. He's just at Captain Career Course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist. I think it's like Fountain Dentist, maybe.
All right.
Everything else is on base.
We'll give him a call.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Al, A-L. Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H.
Phone number?
843 478 6714.
Valid protection orders. There's a phone number for the RO on your screen too.
All right.
Yes.
Are we back on 3?
I'm on 3.
They call the code.
We'll give him a call, try to get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them on base.
All right. Well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information. Then
Okay.
If not, we'll come back and or we'll give you a case number for
Okay.
the runaway and everything. Okay. All right. Thanks.
My dog's down here now, David.
I didn't see him.
Okay. And you know about lectures? We have gas and electric.
Any choice in gathering any vote?
It's like bad.
This morning, Wi-Fi connected.
Deputy, in terms of demeanor of the female that we see present in the video, based on the nature of calls for service that you receive, how would you describe that demeanor?
Fairly normal.
Okay. Have you responded on scene to other reports of runaways?
Yes.
How would you describe the demeanor?
Action relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
How would you describe the demeanor based on your training and experience in responding to calls for service related to runaways? The comparison of the female's demeanor in this particular video.
I would say similar to other calls that I responded to for runaways.
Okay. In the sense that their demeanors are calm?
Yes, she appeared calm. She was able to answer questions intelligently.
Okay. And how did the female present on scene with you identify herself?
I believe she identified herself to Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue.
Okay. Do you see the female that was present on the video that we just watched? And while you're present searching the house, do you see her today in court?
Yes.
Is she the same female that you see in the video that directed to you throughout the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting at the end of the defense table wearing a brown colored shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect that Deputy Yunkin has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
In terms of while you were present on scene, did the defendant identify by any other names or any other aliases, things like that?
I don't recall her identifying herself as another name.
While you were present on scene, you described her demeanor as calm. At any point, did that demeanor change?
Not that I observed.
And to be clear, the time that you arrived on scene was what time?
10:09 p.m.
Okay. And as an approximation, how many hours had passed between the call for service as it came in?
I believe the original call for service came in around 7 p.m.
Okay. Now, as we watch your body worn camera, we hear buzzing. What is that buzzing on the video that we're hearing?
So when the camera's activated, it vibrates to let me know that it's on. For two reasons. One, in case there's an accidental activation, I know that it's operating. Or two, to just let me know that it's working. So sometimes when you press the button, technology fails, so it's just letting you know that it's operational.
And throughout the body worn camera that we watch, we hear the buzzing. And is that to indicate to you that it is still on, it is still recording?
Yes.
Great. Now, as you went through the residence, did you observe any men that were not law enforcement officers present in the house?
No, just law enforcement.
And as you were searching through the house, based on the various doors you opened and areas that you looked in, would you have seen a strange man, an unfamiliar man in the house?
I believe so, based on all the areas that I searched.
Okay. And to be clear, based on the call for service that you received, you were looking for a child, is that correct?
Yes, in cases where children are this young and they come in as runaways, sometimes they're hiding in the house because they get in trouble or something like that. So they hide, especially on that night because it was quite cold. So he may not be outside walking around somewhere. He might just be hiding in the house. So that's why we check that stuff.
And when you were present, you were also in the basement area. There appeared to be a storage room, which you paused in.
Yes.
Okay. While we see on the video you looking and pausing in a storage room, did you move any of the boxes?
I believe I moved like a pillow and like a chair and some of that around, but there was a big pile of boxes in the middle and I didn't shuffle through a bunch of those. No.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, did you personally observe any law enforcement officers moving those boxes?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 310 through 315.
May, and if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. If you take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 310 through 315. Do you generally recognize those?
Yeah, they appear to be still shots from my body worn camera footage.
And for a particular area of the house?
The storage room.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 310 through 315.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 310 to 315 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Deputy, behind you, we have People's Exhibit 310. What are we seeing here in your still shot?
Picture of the storage room, some boxes and containers.
Okay. In People's Exhibit 311, I guess that's a clearer shot of that.
Yes.
Okay. 312.
Farther back.
Okay. And to be clear, the boxes that we were seeing on the right side of the exhibit, did you move those?
I did not sort through those, no.
313. Would this just be to the left of People's Exhibit 312? Kind of
Yeah.
facing a different way?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 314. Can you orient us here for People's Exhibit 314?
Yeah, that is the pile of boxes kind of in the center of the room.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 315.
That appears to be a storage container by the door.
Okay. And thank you. Deputy, in terms of while you're searching through the residence, at any point, did the defendant direct you where to search?
No.
Did she point out any particular areas that would be of interest to you?
No.
Okay. We see that when you're in the storage area, you paused. You appeared to look in, I don't know if you would describe it as a crawl space or how would you describe it in the storage room?
There's kind of a void under the stairs.
Okay. Did you see anything there?
No.
In terms of while you were present on scene, based on your training and experience, did the defendant appear to have a pervasive mental disease or defect based on your observations that day?
No.
And while you searched through various areas of the house, in the top floor and in the basement, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings.
And if you had seen them, would you have identified them and collected them?
I definitely would have identified them, and then we probably would have approached the investigation a little differently.
And throughout your search of the residence on scene, was there any obvious signs of a struggle?
No,
Did you see any blood?
no,
If you had seen blood, would you have taken additional steps?
yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass a witness.
All right, I think we'll take our break.
I'm going to make this real easy on the
Okay,
deputy. I don't have any questions.
okay. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Youngkin? Looks like we might have one. So, Ms. Gratiano, just pass that forward and put it on the bar in front. And Ms. Gratiano will retrieve it. Oh, another one coming. Sergeant Youngkin, do you know who would have been the first person to describe the missing juvenile as a runaway?
I believe it would have been Letecia Stauch, because she made the initial call to our dispatch center.
When you were searching the home, particularly Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any unusual scents or smells when searching under the beds?
I did not. I just looked under there to see if a child was hiding under there, but I did not detect any strange odors.
Did you see any large suitcases?
Yes, based on the body-worn camera footage, it appears that there are some suitcases in those shots.
I think what they were asking for specifically was a large suitcase.
Oh, during my initial response, when I was looking through there, I don't actually recall if I saw a suitcase. Only watching the body-worn camera footage later do I see this suitcase.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Ms. Gratiano, do you have any? Mr. Cook?
Following up with this unusual smells question that was asked about the Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any like bleach smell, cleaning fluid smell, anything? You know, sometimes you can go into a house and it smells crisp and clean. Any smell like that, or was it just a regular smelling kids?
It smelled fairly normal. I didn't smell the strong odor of any cleaning fluid.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down. Watch your step there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking our evening break, and actually it's a little bit extended because we won't see you until Friday. I need you to take everything out of your jury seats, so that, take that back to your jury, to the jury room, please. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Avoid any stories that you might see and any opinions that someone might care to share with you about the issue. So with that, if we can have everyone back where they need to be so that they can be in place by 9 o'clock on Friday morning, we should be able to start right on time at that point. All right, thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You need to lock up whatever you need to lock up, and then I just need a corner of both tables cleared off so that somebody has a place to sit if they need to do that. You can leave everything else here, your binders, all of that stuff. That stuff's fine. It's going to be fine. But the attorneys that are coming in tomorrow, they need it. So long as they have some place to sit and put something in front of them, they're going to be fine. And then the rest of the stuff, you probably want to leave here and lock up. So we'll open up, we got the keys to the closet. Yeah, we'll open up the evidence closet here in just a moment for you all. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, court will be in recess then. Thank you.